Alright, we are back, and I'm tired and a bit out of it, and. Well. Pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Okay, there we go. There's nothing behind me. Nothing. We're good. Anyways, I did not do any makeup at all today. My nephews were over, and I always spend time with them when they are here, so long as I'm actually awake. Um, I'm probably just, I don't know. Was thinking about reading some Reddit stuff and whatnot. Um, which I do not even have open yet. I was going to run an ad, go use the bathroom, and grab like a drink and stuff. But like I said, I'm a bit out of it today. Where there's Reddit. Okay. So yes, let's from Twitch side of things, run an ad and throw the break thing up. And then I'll come back and we will get started properly. Just use the taking a break thing. Okay, I'm back. But I forgot. I have not taken my vitamin gummies today, guys. Vitamin D, fish oil, ashwagandha, and calcium. I need to take all of these. Um, Also, which screen do I want to use today? I could do this one. Wait, come on. Samsung screen. Wait, okay. So on that one, I think I still need to add my camera and my microphone. So let me do that. Oh no, wait. My microphone's already added. Wait, no, it's the display. I just need my camera. Video capture, that's the one. Webcam. It's, wait, is that where I want it? Wait. Gosh darn it. Maybe I want to use my other one. Maybe. Wait, let me think. Let me think, let me think, let me think. I like to be able to see my own camera in the corner. Something about how to do this best, and I shouldn't be doing this because it's taking forever. Um, I really should have been more prepared before starting stream. Anyways, what subreddit do you want to start with today? I know, like, the legal cat advice is it's just fun to read. And there's no, like, worrying about people who are gonna tell me you're wrong. I don't worry about that stuff overtly. No, of course not. Um, okay, let me do what I did last time. I'm gonna move that back. I just won't be able to see when I run an ad. This is what I did last time, and then I will do projecting it over here. Is that really what I did last time? Did I have my so big last time? Oh, I know what I did last time. Last time I did not have that full. It was like there. Unless I decide to do something differently this time. Okay, okay. Um, oh, that's the wrong button. Okay, I've got three of you guys who are my regulars. Do you guys have any suggestions? Anything? I like to tap my nails. I could even join any random. Oh, am I the only one? Let's read some of that. True scary stories? But I might get scared. I didn't do my makeup today. I don't like my bangs. Um, am I the only one who can have an inner monologue going at the same time that I am talking? Do I think that at the same time that I'm talking? It might be at the same time other people are talking, but Uh, no, I don't have multiple layers of monologue happening at the same time. That's we locals. We don't care about them. Who can't stand the chicken banana song? I have never heard the chicken banana song. True scary stories. I don't. Okay, wait. Is that a subreddit? Or. Ah, why am I in caps lock? I might know why. I don't know. Is this gonna be. I might read a few and depend if it feels like it's too much. Like too heavy. And I like lighthearted. Like the cats. What is your most disturbing, scary, or creepy real story? 12 years ago. Probably not. Is there a subreddit for it? Communities? True scary stories? Ours? Wait, when did that show up? They don't. An SW. Official YouTube thread, part 4, new beginning. Creepy experience when I was younger. I must have been around 9 or 10 at the time and lived in a small village in the English countryside. It was just a normal Wednesday. I have gotten. Have? Had? I'm not a grammar snob, I swear. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I can see my fan in the background. Um, I had gotten back from school, played around for a bit, and ate dinner. It was then time for me to head down to my taekwondo lesson that I used to go to. It was just a basic club that was located in the next town, around a 15-minute drive. My dad got ready to take me, and I got in the car. We was driving down the was we were driving down the road. We were driving down the normal road that took us to the bypass to the town where I took my lessons. I would take the same route every Wednesday evening. We was out there. Yeah, exactly. um, I would take the same route every Wednesday evening. However, something strange and unexplainable happened this night as I was on my way. It got dark around 5 to 6 p.m., the time I was traveling. Why is that the end of the paragraph? Why? Why was that where the paragraph ended? I'm gonna have to. The road was in between two relatively large dikes and surrounded by fields, which is fairly common in English countrysides. As I was driving down the road, it's just really weird the way they're saying it. It sounds like they're the ones driving and that they're not a passenger in the car. But they were 9 or 10, so it was not them driving. Maybe it's because I said I instead of we. As we were driving down the road, this lady sort of jumped out, waving her hands as she was trying to gain someone's attention. That happened to be me and my dad's. Me and my dad were fairly took back from the situation and were pretty surprised. Should I be reading this in English accent? Because it did say a small village in the English countryside. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted from reading the story. Um, we were pretty surprised. No, I can't. I don't know what happened. I used to be able to do an English accent when I was younger, and then I lost it. And now whenever I try and do it, I'm like, I don't know if I switch more into Scottish or what, but I'm like, how did I do that before? I can try. I could do a Scottish one because sometimes there's something of a similarity between the English, if I could say that. Even if the accent is different, they'll use like the same phrasing and stuff. As I was driving down the road, this lady sort of jumped out waving her hands as she was trying to gain someone's attention. That happened to be me and my dad. Me and my dad were fairly took back from the situation and was pretty surprised. My dad slowed down and began to reverse the car back to where the lady was standing. My dad asked her what she was doing and if she was okay, which she replied saying, "I crashed my car down the dike." My dad, concerned, asked if he could help, which she replied saying, "Can you take me to my dad's house, which was located back toward the village?" They didn't end the quotation. English. I'm just having a small conniption. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm telling myself this, not you guys. Can you take me to my dad's house, which was located back toward the village? When we was stopped by the dike, I could see no visible car or any sign or any sort of sign that a car had gone down the dike. The dike wasn't large, not like a small one that you quite often see. There would have been water in the dike, and the lady was visibly wet. Okay. She got into the back seat of the. She was or wasn't visibly wet? So it sounds like they're saying that this did not seem. They said she was visibly wet. Whether or not that's what they meant, I don't know. Let's continue. She got into the back seat of the car, and my dad drove her to her dad's house, which was located about 5 minutes from. Why did I just say mins? 5 minutes from mints from where we were back toward the village. My dad and the lady carried out some small talk where she apologized for making me late for my taekwondo lesson. We dropped the lady off, and it appeared that she walked toward a house she claimed to be her dad's, and it looked to me as she kind of just morphed behind a metal gate. This was probably because of the darkness, but I found it pretty weird at the time. Then we proceeded to take me to my lesson. On the drive there, my dad was saying how weird the whole situation was, and we looked at the seat behind where she was sat. But what was strange was that there were no wet patch or anything to indicate someone dripping wet had been there. However, I recall seeing her visibly wet. The next day my dad went back to the dike, where he saw no signs of a car, and no sign of a car that had lost control down the side of a dike. If anyone has anything to say on this, please let me know. It would be great to hear your opinions on this strange encounter I had when I was younger. Am I overreacting, or was this maybe something a bit more sinister? Have you never tried to Google it? The accident, I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 'cause somebody could be visibly wet without being necessarily dripping wet. And it's possible that. Do you guys want me to logic this? This is why I shouldn't read scary stories. I'm gonna give you, like, what probably happened. Why it's not really that scary. I don't know how old she was. But yeah, it's possible that she did not actually. It's possible that she lied. That her car did not go down. That she was wet for some other reason. She's out there for some other reason. But. And yeah, I think melting into the metal. Just seeing things. Um. But. Yeah, I mean, you can be wet without necessarily being dripping wet. And. I was gonna say maybe she put something down, but I don't think she would have anything on her that wouldn't be wet. So that would be a bit weird. But. I guess it's a little bit weird that there wouldn't be a wet spot where her butt was sat. Hmm. I also don't live in England, but if it was dark at that late, that's when it's like winter and cold, and it would seem likely that there would still be water residue, and that should probably be like shivering and all that. I don't know. I just I have such a hard time with scary stories actually believing them. It's like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. You're making it up. Okay, I could. Okay, I guess if somebody tries to make it sound paranormal, is when I'm like, I will like pull out logic and be like, this is probably what happened, or you probably have something. I'm sorry. Um, Two men were watching my house. A car. In a car. Trust your gut. Disturbing. Do I want to read something that's disturbing? Why am Why did you make me come here? Okay. About a week ago, I came across a video on TikTok that said, always trust your gut. And every time you leave the house, lock the door and look around you. I didn't think much of it at the time, but for some reason, it stuck with me. Old are they? A few days later, I was leaving my house to meet up with some friends. I was home alone. I locked the front door, like always, and suddenly that video came back to my mind. Something told me, just take a look around. I looked around the front. Nothing. Everything seemed normal. But I had this weird gut feeling, so I decided to check the back of the house too. That's when I saw it. A car parked about 30 to 50 meters away. I would try to convert that, but even if it was like feet or something, I am not a good judge of distance. Is there a good measure that would make sense to me? Car length. Just give me something like car lengths away. Which is not a very accurate thing at all because all cars are different lengths. Um, about 30 to 50 meters away, facing directly toward my house, two men sitting inside around the back of the house. They weren't talking, they weren't on their phones, they were just watching. My heart dropped. I reached for my phone to take a picture, and as soon as I did, they started the car and sped off. It wasn't random. They weren't lost or waiting for someone. They were watching my house, watching me, and they did not want to be caught. What makes this creepier is that 6 days before this happened, I was in a car accident. Not major, but bad enough. The strange part? For days before that crash, I had this nagging feeling something was going to happen. Like a little voice telling me, slow down, drive safe. I ignored it and ended up flipping my car. I didn't ignore the feeling this time, and maybe that saved me from something worse. Now, every time I walk home alone or lock up the house, I get that same feeling again, like something's off. Like someone's still watching, waiting for me to drop my guard again. To the two men in that car, whoever you are, let's not meet. Oh yeah, I know that is a subreddit. There's a subreddit. Let's not meet. I could check that one out. While running one day. Oh, night shift. There's no comments. They just want people to. I would love to read some of that, but there's no comments on it. That was 16 days ago and nobody commented. Yeah. Oh, grandfather was a monster. Disturbing. Mm. I don't know, whenever it says disturbing, I'm like, how disturbing? What are we talking about? Give me more. Spoiler. The girl across the street. Kindly avoid sharing posts like I'm looking for scary stories to narrate on YouTube or will unleash two evil ghosts into your home. Just kidding, sort of, but seriously, make sure to read our rules before posting. What are their rules? Oh, YouTube must be posted in the YouTube thread that is stickied at the top of the page. We might need to. Will I remember to do that later? Is the question. Oh, post must contribute something. Posts asking for stories will be removed. Sorry, I know I'm on Twitch right now, but I usually upload my stuff to YouTube as well. Oh, this one. All YouTube content goes in here. What does that mean? Please keep in mind, only posts containing links to YouTube videos are valid. Please don't directly link your YouTube channel. Content link to any social YouTube videos must contain. Oh, okay. I think this is not what I thought they were saying. Okay. It's if somebody is themselves reading a scary story on a YouTube instead of typing it. No, I still don't understand. Because that says narrating. Looking for scary stories to narrate on YouTube. But that doesn't seem like what this is saying. This is people who are narrating their own stories, not narrating other people's stories. Oh, it doesn't matter if they were narrated by you or someone else. 2 true Reddit stories and 1 fake one. I don't really know. I'm gonna go back to the other thing because communities. Oh, this says NSFW though. I don't know that I want any NSFW. Although, I guess if the specific post says it, I can just scroll past it. Let's read. Of the YouTube channel. Let's read. Very similar to what's. What? I'm guessing that's a certain YouTube channel specifically in their own individual subreddit. Tip of my tongue. Oh, that's what. Just no mother-in-law. Oh my gosh. Shitty let's not meet? It's a parody subreddit. Bad people stories. Terrible, rude, offensive, dishonest, or deceitful people that don't fit in other subs. Try not to laugh. Text friends. Let's get Haunted stalker stories. Ooh. I need some advice. I think it's 6 years ago. Oh, they're all 6 years ago. Do you ever just find subreddits that are just very old and it says 6 years ago? There's been nothing new in them since then. It's probably, is it archived or something? Or whoever was uh, what is it called? It's Reddit. Whoever created it, like, went MIA. Um, I'm gonna read a 6-year-old post from 6 years ago. I need some advice. To preface this, I'm gonna give some backstory about myself. Wait, why is this? Oh, I don't want to read in that style. Sorry. I don't want to. Things not to Google. Oh gosh. Meeting evil. Almost gave us. If that's also 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Oh wait, is there just 2 posts in here? Didn't that say? Oh, it just says 151. I try and pay attention to. Just no truth. Not two horror stories. Creepy encounters. Well, that's good. A lot of people in here. We have a YouTube. Walmart parking lot. Let's rewind about 9 years. Back when I was 19 and still living in the town I grew up in. It wasn't the worst place in the world, but it had its share of problems. Good neighborhoods, sure, but some rougher parts too. At the time, the local Walmart hadn't quite slipped into the sketchy category yet, but it was getting close. You could feel it, even if you couldn't explain it. It was a typical summer night. Humid, quiet, probably around 11 p.m. Close to what time it is. No, it's 10 p.m. here right now for me. Walmart was still open 24 hours back then, and they need to bring that back because I'm so annoyed. Why? Why is it still not brought back? Can somebody explain that to me? Why it's still not brought back? I like going to Walmart at like 2 in the morning when there's nobody else there. Because I'm usually up that late anyway. Well, I swear, because they cut their hours because of COVID. Yeah, you know. I've been hearing people say that you not to say certain things. It depends on where you live, but yeah, where I live, it was fine. It was great. I'm not supposed to mention about the pandemic because something about getting flagged for fake news or so. I don't know. I'm gonna call it the panda time. So just know, if I say the panda time, short for pandemic, panda time. Um, I don't care what other people call it. I'm calling it panda time. Um, yeah, no, they shortened it because of panda time, and they just still haven't brought it back. And I kept looking, and every time I look, it's like they have no plans to put it back any of their stores back to 24 hours. And it's like, it was. It's not like all locations were 24 hours, but there were some that were. And it's like, no, none of them are. Actually, a lot more things need to be nighttime. Um, you guys can tell how bad my teeth are. I need to get some work done, but then I need to go to a attention deficit. Sorry. What you gonna do? I need to go to a sedation dentist. The dentist I've gone through all my life. Well, something. Last time I had work done, I kept burning through the anesthesia because I'm on narcotics. Is that what it is? And so they can't use the epi version. They have to use the non-epi version, and that doesn't work, doesn't numb you as well. And I kept burning through it, so they said I should go to a sedation dentist. And those people have not. I tried to make them call my dad instead of me because I don't like phone calls. But they're only open until 4 p.m., which just so happens to be the time that I usually wake up. It's very hard for me to switch that schedule. And then to also have to make a phone call when I'm up earlier than I'm used to, and it's just like overwhelming, guys. Neurodivergent here, okay? I managed to call the other dentist to get a cleaning, and now I have to call another dentist in order to actually get the work done. And I have no idea what this is going to entail, so I am like dreading it because I don't know what I'm to expect. And if you don't have these problems, you're gonna think I'm ridiculous. I understand. But I cannot manage to convince myself. I can't convince myself, oh, it's not that big of a problem. I'll also just. Even if I get myself up earlier, then I just like have anxiety thinking about trying to call them, and I'm like, no, can't do it. But yeah, more places need to. All dentists in my local area at least, all close at like 4 p.m. And it's like, doctor's office. Well, I guess if you make a regular doctor's appointment, that. I'm way on a tangent. I'm sorry. If you make a regular doctor's appointment with a primary thing, then it's still about like I don't know. I think they close more like at 5 p.m. But with my primary care provider, I can at least schedule an appointment online. So it's like I'm gonna have to adjust my sleep schedule just to make the phone call. Probably fall back into my sleep schedule and then adjust it again for the appointment. At least let me not have to adjust it just to make the phone call. Just let me schedule it online. But I was looking up on why dentists don't do that. Part of it is like really, really frustrating because it's like if they allow people to if they set up a being able to make appointments online, that they get uh, um, more call outs or no shows. And I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, this makes sense. Because it's people like me. Well, some of that's going to be people with attention deficit. I'm not so bad about not showing up if I make an appointment, but I will dread it, and I'll be not doing anything until it happens. I'm like, I can't do anything else that day. I'm just gonna sit around until it's time to leave. Um, but yeah, it's people with like attention deficit, which is why they might not show up because they forget. But it's also the people with like attention deficit who have the worst teeth problems. Because we struggle to consistently brush our teeth because of the attention deficit. Because we don't get. Is it dopamine? Something? Like if we have like low dopamine, it's hard to just do those tasks that need to be done. We are the people who are very much lacking in our dental care, and that's why dentists need to enable us to be able to make appointments online, because we're also the people who struggle making phone calls, and we're the people who have the worst dental issues. But there's things that they could do to work around that. They could just say, if you're gonna call out, you have to call. You have to call to cancel an appointment. But also, make sure to send text reminders that an appointment is coming up. That's also helpful for people who just forgot. That's how you do those workarounds. Also, possibly like make them, take down a credit debit card info before, as soon as this appointment is scheduled, and say, no call, or no shows, risk they're gonna charge you. There are workarounds. Just help us out, please, dentists, please. I don't want to show you guys my teeth, but they're really bad. You might already have seen how many cracks I have in them. I got cracks in my actually, you can't see that, but my enamel is bad. My teeth are cracking. I feel like, I guess on camera they don't look that bad. There's a little bit there. If I was closer in the bigger, you might see them more, but I also think if I'm smaller, it might be more obvious when I smile. Dentists! Help a girl out. Dentists are so weird. I'm sorry, I'm still on this. Dentists are so weird because there's no like universal dental place. At least not where I live. There's like 10 different dental places in one town. It's like if you guys just join together to have one dental place, then you could also have shifts so that people didn't have to go between 9 and 4. Which is where a lot of other people have jobs. So then they have to call out of their, schedule a day off their work in order to get a dental appointment. You ordered a set of dental picks so you can better clean your teeth yourself. Oh, those kind. I thought you meant like the flossers. Or like... Are they in here? Are they? I'm reaching into my... I'm not feeling them. I know what you're talking about, though, because I do have... like I have my own set too. But first I thought you meant like the soft picks, where these ones just go like, through the gum, just at the gum, not through the teeth. At least I've gotten to a point where it's gonna sound. I hate outing myself. I do at least brush my teeth in the morning. There's something about trying to brush my teeth at night because it's like first I have to get tired enough. And before I get tired enough, I'm gonna be drinking a soda or maybe just water. And by the time I'm tired enough, I'm just gonna want to fall asleep right then. So it's like I have to intentionally. Yeah, I know I should brush my teeth before bed, but like I'd have to intentionally tell myself no more drinking for the night, and that is so hard for me to. I'm not saying I know I should be brushing them at night more than I should be brushing them in the morning, but at least I do brush them in the morning. I've managed. Sometimes it's just about getting myself into a routine and schedule. What do you drink at night? Probably the worst thing for your teeth ever. It's Coca-Cola. I can drink soda and still fall asleep easy enough. It doesn't keep me awake, so. Part of it was also, and it's not as much now because I found some toothpaste that was like so much of the toothpaste being all mint flavored, right? And that then I have that mint in my mouth, and like when you breathe in after having that mint, it just makes everything like really cold and really uncomfortable, and I do not like that. But I do have like a mango flavor toothpaste and another peach one, so that's at least better. But actually, my dentist last time I went in for cleaning did give me one of their prescription ones, and I tried using that one, and it's not super minty, so it wasn't too bad. It's not like like menthol that you breathe in and your whole esophagus just feels cold. No, I do not like this. But I might just be very attached to tastes. I want a good taste left in my mouth. This is a good taste to me, personally. I do not want that minty taste left in my mouth. I don't really drink soft drinks anymore, but I do drink more alcohol than I should. I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, and that probably did a lot of the damage on my teeth. Actually, it's interesting because you guys can see my bottom teeth more, and those do not. I don't have as. They, they're not as bad. I don't know why. I think I do know why. Toothpaste mouth is pretty gross. Whenever you drink, it's right there, right to the front teeth. So that's why my front teeth are what are bad. My bottom teeth are fine. I've never had any of my bottom teeth crack. But yeah, and other places need to be more. Maybe I just need to move more into a big city, cause where that has more of a nightlife. But yeah, for the life of me, even since I was like 14 or so, it's so hard for me to wake up before 4 p.m. Like I can force myself into the schedule, but if there's any ability to, I find myself right back to not waking up until 4 p.m. It's not like I am intentionally like I don't want to get up until 4 p.m. It's I don't know. Okay. Anyways, wait, what time are we at? 12 minutes. Okay. Gosh darn. I want to be able to see some things without having to show it here. Okay. I'm gonna. Still not taking my vitamins. Vitamin D might also be one of the reasons my teeth are bad as well, because it helps regulate calcium, and my calcium might be low too. And, calcium and vitamin D. I had low vitamin D when I was really young, which might be part of why I had depression, but there's other things too. And, but vitamin D helps regulate calcium or something, and calcium helps keep teeth strong. So, okay, let's see if I can read this before this ad comes so I can then take my gummies. Walmart parking lot. Oh, I had already started this, didn't I? I know I did. Let's rewind. I'm going to start it from the beginning. I'm sorry. Let's rewind about 9 years. Back when I was 19 and still living in the town I grew up in. It wasn't the worst place in the world, but it had its share of problems. Good neighborhoods, sure, but some rougher parts too. At the time, the local Walmart hadn't quite slipped into the sketchy category yet, but it was getting close. You could feel it, even if you couldn't explain it. It was a typical summer night. Humid, quiet, probably around 11 p.m. Walmart was still open 24 hours back then. My buddy, we'll call him Jay. Hey, Jay's not in here at the moment, I don't think. I got a buddy, Jay. Where's my thing? I made everything hard to do anything. We'll call him Jay, and I were sitting in my car in the middle of the lot, surrounded by other parked cars, just hanging out and listening to The Human Condition by John Bellion. Talking about life, women, dreams, the kind of stuff 19-year-old guys talk about when they're convinced they've got the world halfway figured out. I know a Jay back when I worked downtown. Downtown, where all the lights are bright. That's when I noticed her. A woman, mid-40s maybe, walking slowly toward the car. Nothing alarming at first. I assumed she was heading to her own vehicle, but she wasn't. She stopped right at my passenger window. leaned down and tapped. Tap, 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 tap. Please help me. Please help me, she said, her voice shaky. I need your help. I cracked the window just enough to hear her over the music. Jay leaned in. What? He asked. My car, it broke down, she said. It's over there. I need help. We looked where she pointed, around the dark side of the building, near the edge of the lot, barely lit. Shadows swallowing everything. I could see the vehicle she was talking about. A van. You know the exact van I'm talking about. Windowless, white, rusted pedo van, with the side doors. Everything the stranger danger PSAs always told you to avoid. Still, we were 19, slightly into cars, definitely into the idea of being helpful. Where exactly is your car? I asked again, cautiously. She gestured again. Just over there, please. I hesitated. Okay, you start walking over. We'll follow you in the car. I went to lock the doors, just in case, but she moved faster. In one fluid motion, she yanked the back door handle and pulled it open. No, she said, climbing into the back seat. Drive over. Jay and I froze. Can you get out of the car? I asked. Yeah, Jay added more firmly. Get out of the car. But she didn't move. No, I need you to drive me. There are guys over there. They're creeping me out. Just drive me to the van. Please. I need you to drive me there now. Please. Her voice was urgent, but something about it was off. Too desperate. Too rehearsed. I slid my hand down beside the seat, where I kept a small breaker bar. My heart was pounding. I'm gonna ask you one more time, I said, my voice low. Get out of the car. And then she snapped, I'm not getting out of this car. You said you'd help me. I need you to drive me to that car. Please, you promised. Drive me over there now. I looked at Jay. His face was pale. I knew she wasn't leaving without a scene. Or worse. Wait, where'd it go? So I did the only thing I could think of. I put the car in reverse and drove straight to the front entrance of Walmart. People were still going in and out. Bright lights, cameras, safety. She leaned forward. This isn't where I told you to go. Drive to my van. Drive to the van. That slip. Our. That's when I was done. I threw the car in park, grabbed the breaker bar, jumped out of the car, and screamed, Get the F out of my car now! She flinched, looked around. Dozens of eyes were suddenly on us. Without another word, she bolted, ran toward the van. The side door slid open before she got there. She jumped in. The van peeled out of the lot like a bat out of hell. To this day, I don't know what her endgame was, but I know it wasn't good. I was lucky. We were lucky. And now I conceal carry. That's a story for another time, but let's just say I never wanted to be that unprepared again. I don't know if I should read any of the comments. What did I do? I assume the guys in the van would have tried to beat us up, rob us, maybe take the car. Things are bad there now. Lots of reports of women being followed around the store by men on cell phones. Okay. Add in 4 minutes. I'm just gonna run it right now. And take my vitamins. Any moment now. I clicked it. Oh, and for people on other platforms. trying to remember who it was who was asking me about my plushies in my car. Or, wanted to see. Oh, there it is. No. I feel like it was like Sir M. He wanted me to show the Hello Kitty in the sheep outfit. But I don't think he's here right now, so I'm like, should I wait to show him? It's a Hello Kitty! Wearing a sheep outfit. It's so cute. Okay. I put Velcro on their butts. Although sometimes they end up coming off. Dang it. But then I put, like, the sticky side on. What is that called? That area behind the back seats that is where the window is on a sedan. But I'll have them there. But I'll put, like, Velcro, so they'll stick onto the Velcro, so that they're sitting up in the back seat of my window instead of just, like, laying around. Yeah. Anyways, I didn't really check for another story yet. Near abduction at age 4, mid role-playing as a bird. I love the role-playing as a bird bit there. Okay. This took place when I was 3 to 4 years old, almost 30 years ago. My mother brought me with her to pick up my eldest brother from school. We'd gotten to the schoolyard early, so I went off to play while my mom talked with her other mom friends. There was a big hole in the chain link fence that a custodian had tried to mend with a long metal wire, which effectively became a makeshift perch for me. There I sat, perched on this wire, pretending to be a bird in a pet shop, while I waited for my mother and brother. I had my back to the schoolyard and was facing the sidewalk and the street that ran along the south side of the school. I was fully lost in thought when I heard a woman's voice saying, "Hey, sweetie." I realized she had been saying the same thing a few times over, in an attempt to get my attention. But I was too busy daydreaming. I looked up to see this woman who had stepped out of a running car, now walking toward me. She was older than my mom, who was in her early 30s at the time. The woman was in her late 40s, if I had to guess, with short, gray, curly hair and glasses. She looked like any other tired, somewhat disheveled mom there to pick up her child. I was an exceptionally shy little girl, so I never actually responded to her verbally at any point. How old is she? 3 to 4. I can't help it. Whenever I'm reading stories, I'm like, is it autism? I've been learning a lot about autism lately, and like, anytime I'm like, is it autism? But, I mean, when you're a little kid, you don't have to be autistic to be a little weirdo. Pretending to be a bird. But the whole not responding, it combined. But I've also noticed sometimes when I comment on people's things, I'm like, are you possibly neurodivergent? So often they end up saying yes. Or like I'll snoop on their profile a bit more and there'll be something else where they do say that they're like neurodivergent or something. I'm like, yep, I called it. Anyways, that aside. Also, hello, Keandra? Am I saying that right? I did see you. Wait, or say hi. hi, Peanut. I've already. Oh, are you waving to Keandra? I don't know if you are or not. Anyways, I'll wave at you too, even though you've been here since forever. I was an exceptionally shy little girl, so I never actually responded to her verbally at any point. She just kept walking toward me and saying, "Hey, sweetie, it's cold out, isn't it?" I panicked. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears and felt that crying lump rising in my throat because I was so afraid of talking to strangers. She said, "It's so cold out. Why don't you wait in my car with me?" I looked past her to her car. It was a gray station wagon like my uncle's, but dirtier. I thought she must be a mom, though, because I could see toys in the back seat. In no time, she was standing right in front of me with her hand extended, waiting for me to join her in her car. Something about it just didn't feel right at all, even though she was just some mom. I knew I shouldn't go anywhere with her. Good choice, yes. Don't go anywhere with anyone you don't know. It doesn't matter even if there are children with them. But when your own mom is near you, even if it's an old lady, yeah, exactly. Um, she suddenly turned and ran back to her car, got in, and sped off. As my adrenaline suddenly dissipated, I realized I could hear my mother's unmistakable shouting behind me. I was shaking when my brother gruffly grabbed me from my perch. He was 10, and and my in-house bully. Well, that's older than, oh, 3 to 4. It's like my brother's like 5 years older than me. My bully brother is 5 years older than me. Um, my in-house bully, and firmly took me by the hand back to my crying mother. I was so confused. Later that night, my father had a very serious talk with me and my middle brother about stranger danger. I had told my brother about the toys in the lady's car, so my brother piped up, "Dad, it would be okay if Candy Girl," is that's their username. Okay. "Dad, it would be okay if she went in the lady's car because she had toys." To which my father responded, "But then we wouldn't have her anymore." Effing sobering. It wasn't until then that I realized the potential severity of the situation. Years later, my mother recounted her POV of the story to me, saying she felt in her lizard brain at some point that she needed to see where I was to make sure I was okay when she saw a strange woman approaching me with her hand extended. She knew that was all wrong and made my brother run to me because she knew he'd get to me quicker. My mom managed to get there in time to memorize the lady's license plate as she sped off, and even saw the car circling the school on a few other occasions. My mom tried alerting the police to a potential weirdo kidnapper lady, but there was never any follow-up. To this day, I wonder if she really was just a sweet older woman who saw a little girl outside on a cold day. But why run off like that? Why me and not one of the other 20 or so other kids around me for dismissal? Why intrude on what is clearly a small child doing their thing? Something about the way my instincts told me to stay put tells me that wasn't an innocent party. Yeah, yeah. Mm, mm. mind. I mean, you never know why. You never know if it's gonna be like human trafficking or if it's just some lonely person who does not capable of having children of their own and they're just want to take someone else's kid because entitlement. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just mid role playing as a bird. Okay. My husband and I think we dodged a serial killer. 2 years ago, in the winter, my husband and I bought and moved to a farm in small town Appalachia. We decided to go down to our local tractor supply to buy a propane tank as we were. Er, propane tank. Period. As we were in the checkout line, a man in his late 40s, 50s, I assume, walked in and stared at us. He grabbed a random woman's shirt off a shelf, then turned back, stared at us some more, and stood behind us in line. He said, he stood so close, I could feel his breath on my neck. I was extremely uncomfortable. Yeah, yeah. I start like inching away when people do that. I'm just like, back off, back off. I wish I could just say it. Back off. Back up, buddy. You're too close. Um, I was extremely uncomfortable, but I figured it's a small town, so everyone is just overly nice. So I turned toward him, smiled, nodded, and said good morning, hoping the man would feel as uncomfortable as I did and back up a bit. He did not. He started talking to us, initially starting with pleasant small talk. The weather's getting a bit cold, or getting quite cold. This line is taking forever. Telling us about him picking up his great aunt from the airport in 2 hours, etc. Then, quickly, going into more intrusive territory. Where are you guys from? Where are you living now? How old are you guys? For context, though I was in my late 20s, and my husband only a few years behind me, our baby faces could easily have passed for 20 to 21. Behind them. I love my voice for that. Yeah. When it was our turn to check out, I said, "Have a good day," to the man, and went up to the register. As the guy behind the register started to explain their propane pricing, the man started to flip out. I mean, he started yelling at the poor 17-year-old kid working his weekend job, saying, "I can't believe y'all are charging them so much for a propane tank. And they're a young newlywed couple. Why can't you give them a break?" He just kept going on and cussing beneath his breath at the guy behind the counter. Then he once again turned to us. "Hey, I have a 100-pound tank I'm not using at my house. I'll let y'all have it for free if you want. You'll just need to come with me." My husband thanked him but declined. He said, "You sure? My house is only 20 minutes from here. I could even give you 2 tanks." Again, my husband declined. He continued, "We have to do it now, though, because I have to go to the airport and leave town in 2 hours." This was a slip-up we hadn't noticed until we got home later that day. At this point, I said, yeah, because he said something else, hadn't he, before? Where was the slip up? What? I thought he said something else about the airport. I don't know. Okay. At this point, I said, no thank you, in a more assertive tone. Getting what I assumed was annoyed, he dropped his items. He dropped his items and stormed out. He didn't even continue getting what he was buying. As we went outside to go get our tank filled up, the man pulled up into a parking spot next to the fill-up area in his pickup truck. He got out and went back at it. You really should think about getting a second tank. It'll save you a trip and would last you longer, he continued. If you don't want to both go, only one of you can just come and ride with me and the other can meet me at my place. I replied, no thank you, we're good. Then he said, come on, it's a small town. It's safe. I would never hurt such a lovely young couple. Who would even say that? If you have to if somebody says that they would never hurt you, that's where you kind of I wasn't thinking that. Like, why would you imply that I was thinking that? That means that you obviously are aware that we would be thinking that you might hurt us. I don't know. Looks like if I was offering something to someone, I would never be like, I'd never hurt you. Like, I wouldn't even think that I'd have to say that, right? If you're not planning to hurt someone, you wouldn't think that you would have to tell somebody you're not going to hurt them. I might be overthinking it. That might not necessarily be true. If I could tell somebody's scared, I might be like, I don't know if I would necessarily tell them that I'm not going to hurt them. Anyways, I've never hurt such a lovely young couple. Oh, but he might hurt somebody who's not a lovely young couple? What? At this point, the outdoor employee came out of the propane area and told him to get the F out of there and stop bothering us. So he got in his truck that did not have a license plate and drove off. The other day, while filling our tank, the guy helping us asked us about that day and if we ever saw that guy again. Apparently he comes by in the winters when it's quiet and only talks to young couples. Major creepy vibes. As if you have to spell that out, you're already creepy. Comes to mind, it most definitely would hurt a young couple like that. Like, no need to announce that, friend. It's this is the same thing I was saying, isn't it? You don't have to. Makes you think you're. Yes. Making a song. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Reminds me of an African gray Amazon parrot. Reminds me of that African gray edit was told and I verified. It was a Amazon parrot, thank you, kind Redditor, that kept telling its owner, come here, I'm not going to hurt you, and then trying to hurt. What? Can I watch that? Is it, I just never know what I can put on when it comes to videos. That was bright. Where are we taking it? I don't know where it went. Wait, what? No, did I pull the wrong tab out? What the heck did I do? There it is. moment watching it. I don't want you to bite me. I'm not gonna hurt you. Come here. How long is that? Oh, jeez. What is going on? Okay, sorry, I watched that on my own. I don't. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to copy that or not, it's there. Um, what did I do? I opened up GIMP somehow. I was not trying to do art right now. Thank you. I don't even know what I did to open it. I must have clicked it, one of them. I need to get rid of that one, because that's the old. That's the new one. Oh, just gonna delete. There we go. Just make sure I don't open the old version. And that made my computer laggy a little bit. Creepy lady. We were leaving Costco, my girlfriend and I. We arrived to the car and we started to put our things in the car. Majiev noticed how a lady was taking pictures of us. I didn't pay much attention to her because I thought that she was taking pictures of the sky or a selfie. Then she started to follow us. She had a dark blue Volkswagen. At first, I just thought that she was taking the same path as us by coincidence, but she kept following us the whole time. At some point, I started to do random turns, really going nowhere. Left, right, and she did the same. We ended up going into a parking lot that we knew had an underground parking with two exits. She followed us to the parking lot, but not into the underground. We took I'm guessing that meant exit, that took us to the other side of the mall. We lost there at this point. I have no idea who she is and what did she want. That was really short. Yeah, I mean, yeah, some of that you never know. Sometimes if there was some... Oh no, she was taking pictures. At a Costco. I like to come up with ideas. They stole the last... I don't know. What's something at Costco that sells out fast? I haven't been to a Costco in forever. My parents go, but I have not been to one in a while. They stole the last box of Malona ice cream bars. So she was gonna go and she was gonna rob them just for the box of ice cream bars. If you haven't tried Malona, that's okay. Okay. Do I bother reading the comments? Because that's just like, next time go to a police station. One of you might have a PI tailing you for some reason. She's a crappy PI if that's the case, but it's a possibility. Maybe an amateur hired by an ex or something. There's an idea. Taking pictures of teenagers at the car wash. Pretending to take pictures of birds. Yeah, right. He ran off when I yelled at him to stop. Kind of proves what he was really doing. There are some really sick people in this world. I'm glad y'all got away and are safe. Or stop and ask her if you can help her and stay stopped until she leaves you alone. Taking out your camera helps. Completely off topic. Why do a lot of creepy stories happen at Costco? Definitely not creepy. It's not creepy? Then what's it doing here? It's sarcasm. I know. I'm just a regular teenage girl living a regular life. Sorry. If you say teenager, I'm gonna have to make fun of you. I'm sorry. And that's how it goes. Like that. I'm just a regular teenage girl living a regular life. College is part of my routine, nothing out of the ordinary. Until one day, it wasn't. Does this feel more like fake? I don't know. It sounds more like something they made up. Let's see. Let's see if we think it's made up. This very storytelly. You know what I mean? Until one day, it wasn't. That morning started like any other. I was on my way to college when I noticed an older man trailing behind me. He wore a black leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, one hand buried deep in his pocket. He was close, too close. I could hear his breathing. I could feel his presence looming behind me. Unease crept in. I decided to step aside, and let him pass, pretending to be engrossed on my phone. I watched as he walked ahead, right in the direction I needed to go. Not wanting to follow him, I switched paths, heading the opposite way. Then he turned. Instead of continuing forward, he adjusted his direction, following me once again. All right, definitely not creepy. I tested it, changed directions again. He mirrored me, step for step. That was enough. I turned, walked straight up to him, and asked coldly, firmly, "Is there a problem? Do you need something?" I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know, something about this writing. It feels written. His response was almost unsettling in its casualness. He looked at me, apologetic, but unfazed. "No, sorry, hun," he said. I held his gaze for a moment before turning and walking away. This time, he didn't move, didn't follow, but I could still feel his eyes on me. What did he want? Why was he following me? I still have no idea. I'm sorry. This makes it sound like their whole life changed. Nothing out of the ordinary until one day it wasn't. I guess they didn't say it wasn't anymore. But it sounds like this is something that continued to happen, not just one time. Yeah, no, do the creep. I don't surprised that her just going up to him would be enough for him to just be like, peace. Yeah. My tummy hurts. Ah. Furry children? What a name. Okay. Love you. TYSM. Next time, break the person's hand. It happens again. Why the caps? Why the caps? Why did you go into cap lock? Okay. Um. There's cap locks again. I mean, I get. Okay, yeah, probably is a teenager. I don't know. It's real just the way I write, I guess. I'm sorry, but I can't tell if these stories are real or not because the way it is written. I feel like I'm reading a creepy pasta or some Wattpad story. Yeah. Ooh. Will people stop chat GPTing stories like this? What is even the point? It's not chat GPT. um Not creepy. Downvote. I don't know. I don't know if I would call that. I think it's unfortunate that, you know, it just becomes so common that it doesn't feel creepy. I think anyone in that situation would feel creeped out, but reading that story is just kind of like, well, yeah. Do I need to use the bathroom? There was a stranger in my backyard. So this happened way back when I was a teen, and so the memories may be a bit fuzzy. Oh gosh. Cramping, cramping, cramping. But I can't tell if I'm gonna. I get some digestive problems. But it's like. You guys don't want to hear about it. I'm assessing internally whether or not to go to the bathroom. Sometimes, when I'm at this point, I'll go to the bathroom, but nothing happens. Sometimes I just have to wait out the pain. Okay, so this happened way back when I was a teen, and so the memories may be a bit fuzzy. Basically, my family used to own a dog. One night, I took the dog out to the backyard and let him run around and stuff. I went back inside and was going to let him back in soon. Then my brother and I heard him barking a lot. He usually barks like crazy for no reason, so we were not worried about it much. A minute later or so, I went back out to bring him back in. Usually my dog would not go in willingly. I would have to go outside and yell his name. And I was doing this. It was this time that my brother suddenly started screaming my name from his window. So essentially, he was screaming at me to come back inside. As if they were the dog. He's calling for the dog, and his brother's calling for. I don't know if it's a he. Yeah. As if they're the dog being called back in. Parallel. It's funny. Okay. Um, he was screaming at me to come back inside. So I did, without question. Easier to bring in than the dog. I had never heard him sound so worried before. I went to our room and asked him what was wrong. He replied with something that chilled me to the bone. He had seen someone standing directly behind me while I was in the backyard. It was then that I remembered I had left the back door open. Oh, when they came back inside. So our mom got a bat and went to the back door. We got our dog back inside and glanced around the backyard. So our shed door was wide open. I'm trying to. Were they out in the middle of the yard? How were they facing that they wouldn't have seen somebody behind them, but it wasn't just the house behind them? I don't know. I'm not visually picturing it. But okay. So our shed door was wide open, which was unusual since we never used it. And earlier, my brother said he saw a light in it. So what I believed happened was someone broke into our shed when I took my dog out. A little while before this, my brother swore up and down that he saw a man go into our backyard as well. I don't know if that was the same person or not, but it is possible. I know this story is not exactly the creepiest or anything, but I had never had something like this happen to me before, so I just thought I would post it. It's not exactly the creepiest or anything you say, I don't know. I would think a man in the dark of my yard standing directly behind me without me knowing is pretty darn creepy. It's in fact incredibly scary. If not this scenario. It's just that I have heard stories that are way scarier than my own. I personally would find it scarier if the person actually entered my home, or if no one told me about them being behind me. I can only imagine what they were originally planning to do, but I do see how this can be seen as scary. Was the dog okay? Yeah, the dog was fine, thankfully. A homeless person was living in your shed, I think. I don't know why they would be right behind you, though. Real scary. I never considered that, so maybe. But I also don't know. The shed was pretty much completely full of stuff my family never used, and I don't know where there would be space, but it could be possible. Gosh, darn it. Wrong screen. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Trucked on a flight. I don't know if I want to read that. That sounds awful. This sounds terrifying. Actually, give me a second. I'm like hearing myself delayed, and it's annoying me and makes it hard to read. So I'm gonna unplug my headset and plug it back in and then see if that helps. Hmm. Oh, it made it worse. Hmm. 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 Eh. No. very annoying. Uh, this seems like about where it was before. But it makes me speak slower because I feel like I'm talking over someone. And it's annoying. Hmm. Is it better yet? Uh. uh, huh. Yeah. There's just too much of a delay, and it's. That's about all I can say on that matter. I don't think it's something on this end, but. Hmm. Um. I don't. Sync offset. But. That doesn't. I don't know what it does. Wait. That's interesting. I changed the port that it's in, but it seems like the microphone is still registered, but the audio is not. So I can't hear it. Where's my thing at? Where is it? Here. No, not there. Not there. Where am I looking? Okay. Audio? No, I thought it would be under audio. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's a lot better. I just changed which USB port I was using, so then I had to change what, which is funny because I didn't have to add a new source. I just had to change the monitoring. Sorry, technical stuff. Technical stuff. If you guys understand, that's cool. If you don't, that's fine. Drugged on a flight. This story happened when I was 18 years old in 2007. 2007. I just said 2007. 2007. Flying a red eye from Atlanta to LaGuardia Airport to work at a sleepaway summer camp. I was seated next to a 20-something-year-old male who started talking to me. He asked where I was going and about my plans and told me he was a DJ. I explained I was going to work at a summer camp, and he asked where. I told him it was a few hours from the airport, and he offered to drive me. I said no, and that someone from the camp would be picking me up at 10 a.m. The flight was landing at 6 a.m. Then he offered to drive me around and show me New York for a couple hours, which I also declined and said I would just wait for my ride at the airport. The drink service came, and I don't know exactly what happened. I went to the bathroom, I finished maybe half my drink. Then I promptly fell asleep for basically the entire flight. Gosh. I woke up with my head in this guy's lap and was scared. Like I was fully bent forward and to the side with my head on his lap. I'd never fallen asleep like that in a plane or car, and would never fall asleep on a stranger. Oh. I immediately went to sit up, and he held my head down for a sec and said, I can keep sleeping. But I sat up and said I was going to the bathroom. When I sat back down, we were about to land. The flight attendant walked by and looked kind of concerned at me, but didn't say anything. I saw my unfinished drink on his tray table. On his tray table. He again offered to drive me around New York and show me cool DJ stuff like clubs, and I said no and put in my headphones. I got off the plane when it landed and got myself food while I waited for my ride. To this day, I still think about it and wonder if I was almost trafficked. What would have happened if I drank the whole drink? I wish I would have reported to the flight attendants and got him in trouble and changed seats. I was so young and naive, and I also think I wasn't thinking so clear at the time, but once my head cleared up, I realized how messed up it was. Yeah, yeah. Does it mean they went to the bathroom before the drink service came? And then they finished half their drink? Some people will be grossed out. I bring my drinks to the bathroom with me. And I've never been in a situation like this. And even if people are like, ew, why would you bring it to the bathroom? Because of situations like this. I'm just like, this is really weird. I'm trying to. If I think this is NSFW. I don't know. It's just weird that her head was on his lap. I don't know. Okay. Older woman asking intrusive questions. An older woman bumped into me at the gym, and I thought I recognized her. So I asked how she was doing, but then I realized why I recognized her. 4 years prior, at my old gym, she approached me asking a bunch of questions about if I lived alone and if I would come to her house and clean for her. But she kept emphasizing that I had to be alone, and it scared me at the time so much that I left the gym early after declining her offer. But it was already too late. She asked me if I had young children, how old they were, what school they go to, where I live, if I have family that lives close by. I started to feel nervous again and gave her fake answers to everything, but she kept asking more and more questions about if I lived alone and if I was working and stuff. Then she asked me if I would go to the bathroom with her so she could ask me something, and leaned in really close to me to ask, and I told her, a lie, that I only use a different bathroom that is on the other side of the gym. Then she asked another question, to which I replied, Hey, why do you keep asking so many questions? And she looked really freaked out and turned completely around and turned completely around and ran, literally, away from me. I reported her to my gym, and I still don't know if I was right to feel so scared or not. Yeah. Why are you questioning your right to be scared? This one was a scary, kind of creepy. It's weird. I have been reacting to my gut feelings and being more open and questioning. Part of me just wants to whisper all the stories, because it's weird. I have been reacting on my gut feelings and being more open and questioning of people's weird behavior recently. And it's good, but also makes me feel like I'm crazy and overreacting a lot of the time, even though deep down I know that I am not. Thank you for validating me. How do you guys feel about the whispering? Yay? Nay? Okay. 7, being followed. Yay. You like the whispering? The art teacher? No, not the art teacher. No. Not the art teacher. Oh, they were a nude art model. Yeah. You want me to read this whole story whispering? Hi, how are you? I want to share a story that happened to me recently. It may not be the most dramatic, but it gave me a really bad feeling. I work a steady job, but from time to time I also work as a nude art model. I've been doing it for 4 years now, always in the same place with the same teacher, and I never experienced anything uncomfortable until this. A few months ago, the school I usually model at closed for its summer break, so I wasn't expecting any modeling work until the fall. Then one day, the art teacher I normally work with messaged me saying that a former student of hers was organizing an art session for beginners and was looking for a model. She recommended me, saying I'd always been professional and great at posing. She passed me his contact info. The man, who seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s, told me the session would be for 8 men who didn't yet know they'd be painting a nude woman. It was meant to be a surprise. He said the pay was good, €120 for 90 minutes, and that he could pick me up since the location was about 20 km from my town. I agreed, mainly because I trusted this teacher. I didn't think she'd recommend something unsafe. A few days later, he told me that women would also be attending, which helped me feel a bit more at ease. When the day came, where are we going with this? 'Cause I'm like, I thought she would just turn. Is she gonna? There's no spoilers or anything. Where's this gonna go? All the other ones have been people have left or things, and it's like, wait, what? I want to be able to hear my whispering more. Okay. When the day came, he picked me up. On the way, he casually mentioned his wife and that he had a daughter my age. Looking back, I think that was meant to make me feel more comfortable. experience. Alcohol has always been strictly prohibited during nude art sessions for the safety of the model. Is this AI? There's a lot of dashes everywhere. Everywhere. Well, at least I'm whisper reading it. You never know how someone might behave under the influence. He told me he would first welcome his guests. My whispering feels off. I feel like I need to do it louder, but trying to hit the right registers. Finicky. Then he started setting up crystal glass. Oh wait, so it might behave under the influence. He told me he would first welcome the guests and later call my name to signal when I should start walking down the hallway to the posing area. Oh, because it's supposed to be a surprise. Before I got changed, he asked how I wanted to be introduced. Is this human trafficking? What's going on? As being from a certain city or as his friend. I told him we were not friends and that I preferred a neutral introduction. Looking back, this insistence on labeling me and shouting my name felt dehumanizing. When I started to change and put on my robe, he stayed in the room, typing on his phone. I asked him to leave. He reacted with an, "Oops, sorry," and stepped out. Another red flag. Every model should have full privacy when changing. It's a vulnerable moment in basic respect. I walked out wearing my robe after he called my name and everyone clapped. I felt strange. The guests were all married couples around the same age, seemingly affluent. When they were drinking and offered me something, which I politely declined. I was working after all. I started my first pose. When I moved into the second one, he came far too close to ask me what pose I'd be doing. I told him I'd been doing this for years and knew what I was doing. Then he took out his phone and started recording or taking pictures. I turned my head and asked him not to take any photos while I was nude. He showed me his screen and said it was from behind and I didn't need to worry. During the first break, I decided to stay in the sitting area instead of returning to the office. As I was slipping my robe back on, he approached me again, standing too close to talk. I told him to wait until I was dressed. His behavior was becoming way too familiar and inappropriate. After the session ended, he wanted to bring everyone into his office to show them his paintings and try to sell them. I told him to wait until I had gotten dressed. He agreed. I walked back to the office alone. I had just put on my bra and hadn't yet pulled up my underwear when he opened the door, with everyone behind him. Again, he apologized repeatedly, but by then I knew it was intentional. On the way home, I asked if I had I feel like interjecting here because, like, things like that is why if I'm in a room where the door does not lock and I have to get changed, I will, like, stand closer to the wall that is where the door opens, or I'll stand, like, right at the door so I can pull the handle if anyone tries to open it. If that makes sense. I'm like, I do not get changed in the middle of a room if the door does not lock. That's me. Okay. On the way home, I asked if I had done a good job. He said I had, and added, "You're very beautiful," while staring at me with a very unsettling expression. The following week, I was supposed to return. For the first time ever, I had a horrible gut feeling about going back. I talked to my therapist and later my family. They all said this was not normal and that I shouldn't return. So I messaged him saying I wouldn't be able to work with him anymore, that I'd gotten into a course I'd been waiting for and that it would make it impossible. He replied asking if I could still come that Thursday. Then he asked what course it was. That question, what course, sent chills down my spine. It was invasive and felt wrong. I just said I couldn't. Then he wrote, "Well, I'm in trouble then." Yes, with that emoji. I messaged the teacher who had referred me and asked how well she actually knew this man. She said not very well, just that he had been a former student and worked in media, and asked if everything went okay. I told her everything. She was shocked, apologized, and told me she had specifically asked him to treat models with respect and ensure their safety. He did the opposite. She said she would warn the next model scheduled to work with him. Teacher, no, 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 no. I mean, I would tell him, I guess if she already had the model scheduled, I would tell him that she's not scheduling any models for him. And that if he ever messaged me again, I should tell him I'd report everything to her. Which would likely make him panic. Thankfully, nothing else has happened since. This might not be the most extreme story, but it scared me. And thanks to my 4 years of experience, and honestly listening to a lot of true crime, I believe those boundaries I set protected me from something potentially much worse. What do you guys think? It's pretty extreme. You could not undermine what happened. There was so much wrong that went on. It seemed like you were very lucky it didn't take a turn for the worse, because it would not have taken much for that to happen. Think about it. He was trying to treat you like a stripper rather than a model. He also had zero respect for your privacy and therefore very disrespectful to you. And the booze, like he expected this to be turned into a sexy party. What's creepy too is another model might give in to the pressure, have some drinks, which could be drugged, and wind up in serious trouble fast. What's up with the 3 dashes? Like, somebody pointed out with the dashes being that And it often signifies it's written by AI. And I'm like, how did the AI pick this up? Because I don't see anyone right using those unless people have started doing that. I don't know. My thing is. Oh, oh, what did I do? Oh, there must have just been an ad. My bad. What? I'm 18 female. Don't know if I said that right. How do you not know if you said it right? This is funny. Oh, classmate followed me home after I told him I had Tinder. Ugh. Yuck. Oh, wrong screen. I don't ever get ads when I'm on mobile. Audio only. I see. That's good. Good to know. I was thinking if I'd wanted to do something kind of cool little trick. Does that mean you can't see me at all? You're just listening? Hello, hello. Na, 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 na. I'm just gonna make noise for you because you can't see me. Na, 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 na. I have fun. Okay, it's all fun and games until it's not. Am I right? Am I right? I want headbands cause I'm cute. I was debating getting some of my hair oil because I felt like my hair felt dry. Do I want my hair oil? I was debating even turning my own sound off so I can't hear myself because I keep hearing the delay. It keeps coming back. Yeah, now I can't hear myself. This is interesting. I'm on the wrong screen. Classmate followed me home after I told him I had Tinder. There's this classmate, 22 male, and I, 22 female, that I, 22 female, had known for 2 years. We worked together at a few classes and studied in groups with others. We also follow each other on social media, but we never hung out one-on-one. A few days before graduation, he asked if I could help him with a class project. We met up at the library, and during our conversation, I casually mentioned I had Tinder. He seemed surprised and asked if I actually met people from there. I said yes, and he kept emphasizing how surprised he was. After we left the library, he offered me a ride back to my dorm. I declined and said I lived at name dorm, which wasn't far away, and walked home. Shortly after I had reached home, I saw 2 missed calls from him. When I called back, he said he had driven to my dorm's parking lot to hang out. Mind you, this person and me had never hung out outside of studying together, and I had never invited him to my dorm before, but he just decided to show up randomly, unannounced. Still, I'd known him for a couple of years and didn't want to cause any drama or deal with any gossip from people in our major, so I let him come up to my dorm. He sat in my chair at first, but then he moved to sit next to me on my bed where I was laying. He slowly started making physical contact, and eventually some physical stuff happened. Afterward, I asked him how many girls he's done this to. I'm sorry, done this to? And he said 4 female friends, and he expressed his disappointment that usually afterwards they brushed him off when he tried texting them afterwards. He told me a few times that we were still friends and that I can still text him after we graduate. The whole thing left me feeling uneasy. I didn't give him any signals that I wanted to hook up, nor did he ask me if I wanted to prior to showing up. He just showed up uninvited after I mentioned having Tinder. I wasn't forced into anything, and I doubt I'll ever see him again, but I still find it creepy and overstepping of boundaries that a classmate that I've known for years would follow me home just because I said I had Tinder. I can't comment on this at all because I don't know if anything I'd say would feel victim blaming, but on the same side that she's saying that she wasn't forced into it. But then she said, how many girls have you done this to? Not that, you know, it feels like she's implying that she was not a willing participant if he did it to her instead of done it with. I don't know how to feel about this at all. This part of me is like, you shouldn't have invited him up to your room. Wait, this is not the point. Okay, let me refocus on the point. It's that this guy, they're stupid. That's the point. He doesn't realize that. But then again, that's exactly why she should have just not let him in. We can't just, like, guys, get away with this. Because this, letting them do it is exactly why they keep doing it. What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? How do I phrase this? Yes, you should have told him that Tinder, I don't know, I've never used Tinder, but not everybody who uses Tinder does it just for hookups, is my understanding. And it's still a mutual. You have to match, right? It doesn't just mean you're down to sleep with anyone. I don't know. I can't comment on this at all, guys. Wait, why is this thing creepy? I don't know if I would consider this creepy, though. This feels more like something that should be in Am I Overreacting or something. Mm. I don't know. I'm just like, girl, why don't you just not invite him up? comes into victim blaming when I'm like, you should have told him where your place is either. But is it victim blaming when she said that she was not unwilling? But if she wasn't unwilling, it's also like, how much of this is a problem then? But then again, I've had times where I'm like, well, I didn't say no. Didn't want to, but I didn't say no. So I can't say that. It's hard to say that I wasn't forced into anything, except I still didn't feel like I could just say no. It doesn't matter if you're forced into something or not. If you do not feel comfortable turning someone down, it's just as bad. Okay. We're just gonna go there. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move away from creepy encounters now. Any other suggestions? I just want. Am I the idiot? Am I the Karen? Why did that... I looked at that and I almost thought it said, am I the Kraken? Animal Crossing. Ask Reddit. Comebacks. Come back to you look like you're 12. This was 6 months ago. My relatives often tell me I look like I'm 12. I don't really know how to respond to that besides not saying anything. New comments cannot be posted and votes cannot be cast. Oh, there is comment still. Stop checking out a 12-year-old, you nonce. Leave it up to Reddit to call someone a nonce. That's not nonce. IDK WTF nonce is. It's a British term for oh. Is it really? I don't. I'm down with that. Probably never use it, but it's always nice to have more slang for the ones that should be gotten rid of. I don't recommend saying I'm down with that as a response. Oh, jeez. The response. 12 out of 10 ain't bad. Great response. Create the most legendary comeback. Respect. You look like you're 12. 12 out of 10 ain't bad. Wait. Jeez. Oh gosh. I used to get it last. I started saying I'd rather look young than old. It's good because while implying that they look old for their age, it isn't directly saying it. Usually the people I say it to never said it to me again. You look 12. Thanks. I bathe in the blood of my victims. I bathe in the blood of my enemies. One time, someone asked why I look so young. Yeah, sometimes people ask me why I look so young. And I'm just like, genetics. Don't hate me. I don't even wash my face, guys. I don't even wash my face. I got a little bit of a line there. It's right there. See, there you go. Now you guys can see it. 34. 34? Would you guess it? I don't know. just genetics. Thank you. I'm only 9. Uh, Gosh. Do you want my skincare routine? It's moisturizer. I can tell you don't use that. Stop trying to cling on to the best. Stop coming on to me. You have more wrinkles in my. I'm not reading that. Uh, no wonder you're paying me so much attention. It's okay. This is just getting so. How old is OP? That people are telling them they look 12. Some of those should not be responses, depending on how old they actually are. How would you defend your girlfriend if someone calls her the literal definition of being unhealthy and morbidly obese? Literal definition? What would you say if someone rude says your girlfriend or wife is so morbidly obese that she can't even move, and you're small, can't reach her? She looks so ugly that she smells and looks like Princess Fiona from Shrek. She's so fat that it's impossible for you and her to have babies together. She's so fat that she is the black hole. Most importantly, she's so fat that she literally is the definition of being unhealthy. How would you defend your wife or GF if someone rude calls your girl morbidly obese? Response: why are you so interested in my girlfriend? You keep talking about her as if you have a thing for her. Homeboy has a fetish for real. Okay. They wouldn't get past the first insult. I'd interrupt them and tell them to knock it off. Violence is not the answer, but I don't mind answering incorrectly. Yes! I'm not promoting violence. We do not promote violence here. Violence is not the answer, but a broken nose is. Violence is never the answer. It's the question, and the answer is yes. Jeez, people. A little bit not funny? What? Not meant to be funny. Say some shit like that to my wife and see where it gets you. Yes. Oh. Exactly. They're unlikely to help. Violence is certainly the answer here if words are useless. Answer: it's really weird you think about our intimate life so much. You must really be into my wife. I mean, I am too, but you're like obsessed. It's okay, no one cares. One day you'll find love, just like I have, but maybe you want to change the whole being a piece of shit thing first. This is the road I would take if I'm able to prevent myself from seeing red and committing a felony. I always try and turn insults like these around on people because, in reality, although they are being horrible pieces of shit, this is a them issue. Fucking weird ass people. Answer: the only comeback for this is hands. Answer: she can lose weight. You can't lose any more manners because you don't have any. Answer: at least Shrek got laid and you won't. Answer: tell them to shut up and fuck off. Then just before you turn away, say, you know what? I envy people who don't know you. Then walk away. Answer: dude, body shaming is not cool. Neither is a 2x4 to the head. But one begets the other. All these are... There's a punch in the mouth. Ooh, there's so much violence in this. I'm gonna punch the F out of you. answered. Now, the real problem here is 6 months later, my wife can wake up to be fit if she wants, but you will always wake up an asshole. Brother, I am sorry for you, because that disease is incurable. Answer, Princess Fiona is hot. Answer, what the F is wrong with you? That's what I'd say. Or why would you say that out loud? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially important if this is a wife. You married someone for better or for worse, etc. This isn't a comeback situation. It's a defend your SO situation. If you're a I'm the man defending my SO, the conversation doesn't even continue for that long, even if it's 100% accurate. A progression of stop, shut up, to shouting, to physical defense if necessary, or if that isn't a possibility, remove her and yourself from the situation immediately. This isn't a one-up situation, it's a defense situation. Some of the comments about weight. There was another one. I'd read something about somebody getting a work what's it called? Competition? Weight loss competition shut down because her coworkers were trying to get her to join. It was a voluntary thing you could join. Her coworkers were trying to get her to join, and she was. Did she say she was? I don't remember if she said she was 280 pounds or 250. It was somewhere along those lines, and that she was like the heaviest person there, and yeah, they kept trying to pressure her into joining, and it tended like it was not very nice. And like some of the comments, people were like 280 at 5'7" height, like, and this is just saying nasty, like, implying that that's terrible. And it's like there's so many things that can go into somebody's weight. Like there are certain medical conditions that make it so that people have a harder time losing weight. And there's also people on certain medications, and those medications make you gain weight. And like, what's more healthy, weighing less or not having the other medication? The only people who should discuss an individual's weight is that individual and their doctor. And they should make sure that that doctor is somebody who's a good doctor and they can trust and actually has their best interests at heart and are not just caring about their physical appearance. But yeah, I think your doctor will know whether or not you have certain conditions, and they will help you to be the healthiest you can be in your situation. That's how I feel. Speaking of, my doctor wants to put me on a statin. My cholesterol's high. I didn't want to be on one. So my mom's never been on one, and I don't know. But then my doctor said, I actually sat down and talked to my doctor a bit more about it. It's like, would I just end up being on it for the rest of my life? But apparently, it would just be until, if it actually brings my cholesterol down, then at that point I could get off of it. But my mom's like, they put you on it and then you're stuck on it for the rest of your life. And it's like, I guess if it doesn't come down, you wouldn't be, but okay. Yeah, there's so many things that go into why people's weight is high. It's like certain birth controls. It's like, yeah, you can get off that birth control and then you end up losing, and you end up also gaining weight in the size of child growing inside of you. Um, yeah, there's a lot of things. Also, if the person even mentioned they live in a or live work in a high stress workplace, and stress can cause weight gain. As part of it is that it causes overeating, but there's something about cortisol, and if you don't know this stuff, look it up. Before you go and shame people for weighing more than you do, weighing more than you, the people around you, look into some of this stuff. Some people can't just lose weight. My problem with the competition is that that's how you get people like bulimia and anorexia. If you have a competition to lose weight, people are gonna be. If this it was like 2 paid days off or something. Um, it's like if you have a competition for something like that, people who really want that are going to do things that might not be healthy to try to win. It was weird because it's like you'd be like in a team of like up to 8 people. So they were trying to get her to join them because she had a lot of weight that could be lost. So it could put their numbers up higher if she actually lost all that weight. But it's just like they would do better at just promoting more active lifestyle because they worked at a sedentary job, and it's just like, why is that so hard? What's a good comeback for it? You sound like a man. I'm a woman with a pretty deep voice, and I get this often. Do people actually say this? Because my gonads are bigger than yours. Um, um, that was somebody else's answer. Do people actually say that? I always worry about. Sometimes I see people who, before they talk, I'm like, I don't think anything. I'm just like, oh, just a regular woman. And they talk, and I'm like, are they trans? I haven't, it takes a while to train your voice and all that. But I'm like, I'm always sitting there like, are they? But I'm never going to ask them. I'm never going to point out their voice, ever. Like, who does this? Like, who says you sound like a man? I hate comments on voices because there's also people who comment on women's voices who are too high pitched. And it's like, I don't know, because I guess if trans women do train their voice to sound higher pitched, I wonder if people who have high pitched voices could train their voice to be lower. That's not, like, and maybe that's something that could be looked into. Because, okay, I totally can get it that certain sounds I can definitely have an aversion to. And, like, high pitched voices, I could see them kind of hurting internally. It's kind of, I don't like the high pitched voice. But, like, to say it, like, that's. I always think of voices as something that somebody can't change, but I guess it's not necessarily true because you can do voice training. But it's never something that's. As a woman, like, there's never anything that's all like, train your voice to be lower. It's just if you go into, like, the trans community that there's vocal training. I don't know. I'd rather sound like a man, or answer. I'd rather sound like a man than sound like an idiot. Answer. At least I don't look like one. If it's a female, if it's a woman. Answer. You jealous if it's a oh, okay, if the person talking is a woman. Ooh, okay. Okay. So if it's a woman who says you sound like a man, then you say, at least I don't look like one. If it's a man who says it, who says you sound like a man, you say, you jealous? I don't know. Oh, somebody else responded. If it's a man, well, one of us should. Savage. Or if it's a man, more of a man than you. It's a bit defensive. What? I don't know. You sing it as a bit defensive, says more about you. If it's a woman, more of a man than you. If it's a baby, more than a man, more of a man than you. What are these? Okay. I used to get this a lot when I was younger. My comeback was always, "That's so weird. Way to say you've never talked to a woman before." How did they react? Huh. Instantaneously combust on the spot. I'll use it until my results. This comment puts me in my grave. Huh. Oh! Oh! This question, or not, original. What do you sound like a man, or something? Answer. Was I that condescending? It's terrible. I don't know if Ben would appreciate that. I guess men always sound condescending. Oh, you sound like a man, so I sound condescending? Is that what you're saying? Okay, we're good. Um, what? Reposting from the ICU. My 11-year-old son and I have been bickering all day. I was picking up the living room and said, "Don't you have too many Legos?" And he said, "Don't you have too many chromosomes?" What? What do I not get here? What do I not understand? How many? Too many chromosomes. That's genetic, right? um, I just. Good news, I just got rid of that extra chromosome, the one that used to protect you from the harsh reality of the world. Now that you're 11, you're old enough to do stuff for yourself, or not, and positive or negative, there will be consequences. For example, if the Lego is still on the floor in 15 minutes, I will pick them up and throw them out, never to be replaced by me, but feel free to buy your own. Need laundry done? I'll show you how it's done once, then it's on you. Bathroom and bedroom cleaning. What is it? How does she have too many chromosomes? Does he not? I might be overthinking this, but I feel like that's not even accurate. Am I wrong in my knowledge, or is everyone else? Don't most people have the same amount of chromosomes? I don't get it. Like, we learn what it's like. The women have two X's and the men have an X and a Y. That means both genders have, or in this would be both sexes. Both have two. Unless this person specifically, but actually, it turns out people have even more occasionally. And does having more chromosomes mean something? Is there something I'm not understanding? I know that there's something about men in prison or something, that there's a certain amount of chromosomes that they often have or something. There's something weird, and I don't remember what it was. I think more chromosomes. Yeah, okay, we're gonna. But I'm sorry. Is that what that's meaning? That he's basically really insulting her? I was thinking that that was some sort of thing about her being female, being a woman. You're gonna lurk and sleep. Okay. Oh, it's after midnight. I don't know. If anybody watches this on YouTube and you understand this, let me know. Cause like, is he talking about like having Down syndrome? I look at more chromosomes. It mentions like Down syndrome, and I'm like, that is. I'll tell him you'll give him a tenner if he can explain what that means. Oh shit. Yes, I don't. What that means. This kid has a quick wit. I'm like, what are they really trying to say? Hmm. He was basically insulting you by saying you have Down syndrome, because that's a pretty terrible joke. Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Why are you in the ICU, and what does it have to do with his Legos? I hope whoever is in the ICU is going to be okay. Ask him what he means by you have too many chromosomes. I'd love to hear his answer to that one. As for the Legos or any other thing I step on, trip over, etc., boxed up or bagged up for a while, once they were old enough to know you must pick up your toys. Didn't take too many times of doing that, and I wasn't stepping on Legos anymore, or other toys that are painful to step on. Doesn't take them long to learn when it's something they want. Phones/tablets, etc. were another. You've lost the privilege of using them for unacceptable offenses. sassing back, not doing chores, not putting things away, etc. And they'd be locked up for a few days. They, meaning the children or the devices, they'd be locked up for a few days. And each subsequent time locked up longer each time. I see you is a joke. You've been roasted slash burnt so bad by the sun, you're in the ICU. Yeah, okay. Just... the chromosomes were the strings of nucleic acids that make up your genetic information. 44 in total, 2 or 6 genes. Indicate how having too many chromosomes could be an insult. Maybe he meant hormones? Each person is supposed to have 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs, with each pair containing specific instructions. Having too many chromosomes is definitely a problem. You're probably kind of familiar with Down syndrome. It's also called trisomy 21 because it occurs when a person has an extra copy of chromosome 21. Oh, right, okay. Not going into family stuff, but there was different personal stuff, so we don't joke about some of this stuff. No. Leading to developmental delays and other health challenges. This is a simplification to explain general principles and answer your question. So in short, having an extra chromosome can disrupt how the body develops and functions. Yes. So his joke is not okay. But I wonder if the kid even understood what. But then the person seems like they were actually liked the joke, and I'm like, girlfriend looks like a man. This guy always says this. She doesn't, by the way, and his girlfriend isn't the prettiest. She looks a lot like him, actually. My brother keeps saying, this is why no one cares about you. It's so annoying when he says that. He just can't find a new word to say instead of saying it over and over. Say, oh, dear brother, they only pretend to care with you. Oh. Yeah, so somebody says, this is why no one cares about you. Oh dear, they only pretend to care about you. Your family was too nice to you. That comeback is awful. Oh. What? It's awful as in good awful or bad awful? Like, not a good comeback. Or, that's awful. Go F yourself with a chainsaw. No, just something remotely clever. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I think that what they'd said was a good comeback. I only pretend to care about you. Are they the person? No, it's a different person. The point of this something that isn't just an arbitrary insult back actually makes sense. You said this to me several times. The fact that you feel the need to keep telling me lets me know that you seem to care about me a great deal. It seems very important to you that I believe I'm worthless. You're very invested in how I feel about myself. I wonder what insecurity it stems from. That way, literally any comebacks they throw your way, you can just give them a smirking, sympathetic face and go exactly. Because any need to further engage with you is further evidence that they can't leave it alone, or that they want you to feel bad about yourself, or that they're insecure enough to feel the need to defend their behavior. Okay, this person's good. I don't know how I keep ending up with this sub in my recommends, because 95% of the top responses I see here are totally ineffectual and just make the asker look more pathetic. And 95% of the OPs shouldn't even be trying to defend themselves, because arguing back to what was said to them just makes them look like they give an F what the person insulting them thinks. You don't need a comeback to half the stuff on here. Most of if you can just respond, or most of it you can just respond to with, well, that's something you felt the need to say to me. I hope you find a way to deal with whatever is making you so insecure. And then block or walk away. Yeah. We're not gonna. Well. Hmm. What? What's a good comeback to? Is that W Riz? Is it supposed to be a bad thing? I thought that was like a good thing. Swear to effing God I can't even talk to a woman without some kid saying, is that W Riz? If it's W Riz, is that a disease like E. coli? It's a slang meaning good, and Riz meaning W meaning good, and Riz meaning charisma. Combined meaning good charisma, W Riz is used a term to describe people who have a lot of charisma. You may also hear/see the term Rizzler, which is used to describe someone as extremely handsome and charismatic, causing all of the opposite gender of the Rizzler to fall over their feet for the Rizzler. DM me if you want to understand more. Gen Alpha slang, I unfortunately understand most of it. But they're deleted. No, now who will I ask? I know Reddit usually downvotes people for not knowing the thing and asking, but today I must do the opposite. I'm sorry, it had to be done. And for encouraging others to learn more, I should downvote. I know Reddit usually downvotes people for not knowing the thing and asking, but today I must do the opposite. I'm sorry, it had to be done. As in, they've downvoted them for answering and for encouraging others to learn more. I should downvote all your posts, but I won't. Oh, because it's Gen Alpha slang. W means win. It's slang. Riz equals measure. W equals win equals good. It's a Twitch chat thing. W Riz, you have game pretty much. I don't know why someone would need to come back to this anyway, because that's a good thing. Yeah. You're missing is in this context interjected in the way it is. It's being used pejoratively, like saying nice one when someone fails at a task. Good going. Good job. I do that. But I don't know. There's not enough info on this to really. It does kind of sound like. Is that W? Like, is that the best you got? Baby. Kid, you haven't had a W since your older siblings that you win at COD. I swear Reddit doesn't understand the situation. Best reply in this slang will be, let's ask chat. Best keep it simple, stupid. Oh, jeez. My manager would say this to me all the time for asking appropriate questions. I was working there for only 5 days, and I was 15 when she pulled this on me. I still think about it. She was such a... See you next Tuesday. Stupid? You're the one asking me to keep it simple. This is the best one. I love it. I don't know about that being the best one. I'm down to third grade. How much simpler do you want it? I'll dumb it down for you, but you still won't understand. It's a truism called the KISS method for appropriate problem solving. I heard it a lot in my programming class. KIS, kiss my ass. Yeah, yeah, it's used a lot in a lot of industries and is usually said by morons who do not understand the problem in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on. Keep it simple, stupid. Or it is simple, stupid. I don't know who came up with keep it simple, stupid. It would be better if it was keep it stupid simple. Instead of having stupid at the end where you're insulting whoever you're saying it to. Unless you're saying it to yourself. But to keep it stupid simple is very, very, very simple. You incel. You're an incel. How do you respond to this? So, voluntary celibate. At least when you're talking about never cook. Don't be an incel. Being open and honest about how you feel doesn't make someone an incel. That makes you human. Men have feelings, men have trauma. Now, if based on your trauma you think that women are less than you, that you should just get a woman because you were a man, that makes you an incel. Here, take this quiz. Forever yes, give yourself, or for every yes, give yourself a point. I use the word female instead of women. Here's their quiz. Use the word instead of woman. I think women only date Jets. I think I should get a woman because I am a man. I think women have too much freedom. I use the terms Chad and Stacy. This person you are talking to is not your friend. My friends don't say shit like this to me. My friends push me to do better, but do so in a constructive way. Your friend is not equipped to deal with trauma. You should talk to someone with more in their toolbox to help you. There is no right way to be a man. Stop getting pulled into that BS. 100% very well said. There was somebody in my chat a while back who was saying that they were in an incel, and then I had to explain to them what an incel is because they did not actually seem to know. And I'm like, just because you might be interested in the act of lovemaking and not finding anyone to my mind was between the word cohabitate and capitulate. Wait, what does capitulate mean again? Does this ever happen to you guys? You're like this word and you're like, wait, does it mean what I think it means? I don't think so. Wait, did that one? No, that is not. No, wait, no, that's. Oh, it's capitulate, not capitulate. What am I thinking? There's a word, and. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what word I'm thinking of. Um, it will come to me in like 3 days. Oh, we have an ad starting in 5, but there's only, like, I don't know if it's even any users here. Anyways, I had to explain to them that that is not what an incel is at all, and that incels have very negative views of women most of the time. But that response, honestly, if you're constantly being called an incel, you might want to just stop saying offensive things. No, that is untrue. My only crime was opening up about my insecurities as a man and past traumas of being bullied in my childhood. I was met with the title of spineless incel. Primarily, if you are insulted when you open up, you need a new friend. Yes. What did they say in response? It was tough love. My friend is right. No, no. Everyone should be able to open up about their traumas. Mind, um, you can't just dump it on people when they're not being receptive. I hate him for being right. I need to do better, but I always feel like my best is never good enough. I don't think I'll ever be loved, little, and respected as a man. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Why do you need to be respected as a man? That's the part that's like, no. Just leave it at, I don't think I'll ever be loved, let alone respected. Drop the as a man part. And you're good. Just as a person. Stop being sexist. There's something about that that comes out very, like, sexist. It means that you are way too obsessed with how you think men are supposed to be, instead of just being how humans are supposed to be. This is the thing I realized. The fact that I myself find myself using the word female instead of saying woman, but it's because I think I don't identify as being a woman. I do identify as being a female because, like, I like being girly, but then I'm too old to be considered a girl. But I don't consider myself being womanly. It's like female feels like the alternative of being womanly, while still being girly and older. So if somebody can help me come up with some other word than female, but is not woman, because I do not, I don't know, something about woman. The thing is, everyone's all like up in arms about people saying female, but like when I was young, it was always like, woman, make me a sandwich, and it's like, always like, I don't like the word woman at all. Female just felt more neutral. But I realized that other people do not use it that way. And that's something that I'm gonna have to find a workaround for. But, woman, woman, give me my shoes. Woman, do this. Woman, where are my car keys? But I do not really resonate with being a woman. I do not know why I switched into these accents, but it's here. But, yes. Why are you so obsessed with me? It's one of the most versatile comebacks. Come back for. Can I help you? Ooh. Nothing. Nothing. There, obviously, if it's just like that you looked at somebody for a second too long and this has happened randomly in public and it's not something that you deal with on a regular basis, just nothing. They're obviously having a bad day. Give them a sympathetic look and be like, I don't know. I don't know how you should respond to that. But if it's just out in public and it's a complete stranger and there's like, "Can I help you?" Be like, they are not having a good day. Let's just walk away from them. Okay, that's all I have to say. I'm not gonna bother to read anything. There. I might. It is getting late. 12:34. I love seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm back at the. That's not where I wanted to be. That is not where I wanted to be either. I wanted to just open this and find something interesting as F. I don't work here. I do like no stupid questions. Um, Impact de l'audience les social. No, it's not a language. I'm thinking that's French, but it's not something I've. Yeah, I see France there. Um, and I've not delved into that language at all, so I do not want to try to pronounce anything. No, I'm not on the clock. I'm on vacation. There's a lot of dashes. I don't want to deal with. Disney World mix-up. A few months ago, I was at Disney World for the first time in several years. What did I do? Okay. Just making sure that I'm still being heard. A few months ago, I was at Disney World for the first time in several years with a friend of mine. Now, if you know anything about working at Disney, or have been at least once, then you know that each area and role has very specific costumes that cast members wear. They're perfectly themed and all that jazz. It wasn't until very recently that Disney allowed CMs to have visible, but still subtle slash small tattoos. Friend and I were in the Emporium on Main Street in Magic Kingdom, doing some browsing and escaping the sun. The CM costumes for women, specifically in this area, are long skirts with a white button-up blouse and the very obvious name tag. I was wearing long bike shorts, a t-shirt, haunted mansion ears, and on top of that have several very large, very visible, in-your-face tattoos. A woman, and possibly her grandchild, came up to me and tapped me on the shoulder, asking me where things were. When I looked around to make sure they were talking to me, she said, "You do work here, don't you?" And I couldn't help but laugh in her face. That's kind of rude. Look down at my outfit and say, no. Then she proceeded to walk by two female CMs who were fixing merchandise displays and right past two registers that had no line and a CM at each one. And that was the end of the story. I thought it'd be more. I don't know. I have people often come up and ask me where things are, and sometimes I don't know if it's because they think I work there, or that I'm just friendly enough to approach, or that I just seem like my awareness is good. Because a lot of the times, if I've been to a store, I will end up knowing where everything is. I will go round and round and look at everything. And so if you ask me where something is, I'm likely to find it pretty easily. Except if you ask me where Vaseline is, and then my mind, for some reason, thinks petroleum jelly, and so then I'm down to the other aisle, and then I'm like, wait, Vaseline, that's more like for the body, not the little tub thingy of petroleum jelly. Does anyone know why my mind What is it about Vaseline and petroleum jelly that my mind wants to think is the same thing? Bikers are buyers too. What? Bikers are buyers too. Years ago, in the run up to Christmas, I went to buy my sister a present from a posh shop in London. I parked my motorcycle outside and dressed in my biking gear. I parked my motorcycle outside and, dressed in my biking gear, approached the counter to ask where I could find what she'd asked for. Before I could speak, the man behind the counter passed me a package, and we had the following brief conversation. Him, please, can you get this to XXX by noon? Me, no. Him, why not? Me, because I'm here to buy my sister a Christmas present. Him, mortified, I'm so sorry. How can I help you, sir? I quickly assured him that I wasn't the least bit offended, just amused. We has a very friendly chat, and he found whatever it was I'd been looking for. We parted very amicably. The moral: never judge a book person by their cover. I nailed that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Some of this is just gonna be people saying their own. Wait, what? I was working one day with a guy who, after a long day in a muddy trench, cleaned himself up as best he could. And since he was on his way by and had an empty trailer that day, stopped at the furniture store where he had previously picked out his new recliner and couch set, to pay for it in cash and pick it up. When he walked in, the two women at the desk scoffed at him immediately, and one said, "The bathroom is that way." Before he even opened his mouth, he stopped, showed them the $2,000 in cash he had in his hand, and said, "Guess I'll spend this elsewhere," and left, much to their protest. Never judge a book by its cover. Another, a guy who frequently looks borderline homeless and lived almost off-grid, walked into a local dealership one day and asked about a new excavator they had on the lot. The sales guy scoffed at him and questioned why do you want to know? Why he wanted to know. Told him he was interested, but he humored him and gave him a price. And the old man said, "Okay, I'll be back." Came back a few hours later with a shoebox of cash to the tune of over 100,000. Paid for it, and paid for them to deliver the next day. Sale guy said it was the easiest and weirdest sale he ever made, and he regretted judging him. This reminds me of me and my partner. We went to look for cars one day at a higher-end car sale place. He was a cash buyer. My partner was in work clothes, clean but clearly work clothes. I was in my dog-walking boots and jacket, and we were in our little van we use for dog-walking. We were walking around the showroom, and the only person that even approached us was the security guard. No workers, no nothing. Needless to say, he took his business elsewhere. I had a friend who worked at Microsoft back in the 90s. One of his colleagues really wanted the NSX when it came out. Went to the showroom after work in his 90s tech bro gear, asked about the car, and the sales guy basically gave him the "if you have to ask, you can't afford it" line. Dude left, called a dealer in Spokane. Oh yeah, 'cause Microsoft. It's my neck of the woods. 'Cause I saw Spokane, and that's when I'm like, wait, that's in Washington State. State. Pacific Northwest. It's Seattle State. The state of Seattle. I have fun. It's all good. Um, call this dealer in Spokane. Yeah, that's eastern Washington. That's full far away. This freaking 4 hour drive. Maybe more. Is it more? No, I don't know. Just thinking to the Pacific Ocean. That's a 3 hour drive. Is Spokane right at the border? Or is it a little bit more inland? It might. I don't know. 4 hours or more. So across the state, told them he was coming with a check for the car, flew out and bought it, then rolled it into the first dealership to tell them they had to do all the free maintenance on it, but got none of the commission. Edit to drop some weirdness, my phone added. Oh, okay. This number of times. I never let the dealership know. Why should I take the time to tell them they suck? My dad was alive. He worked as a bricklayer. Whenever he'd go out for lunch, he always went to Sherry's because, unlike other places, they always treated him nice, even though he was in his work clothes. I feel that. Is Sherry still 24 hours? I thought it was. I feel like they deal with all sorts of customers, so. When you're used to dealing with certain people, you can. When you've dealt with certain types of people a lot, you're more used to them. And you know, to be less judgy around them. If somebody comes in who's, not somebody that you usually deal with, you kind of are like, I'm not used to dealing with whatever's going on here. It doesn't make it okay. It does not make it okay. But when you deal with them more, it's more likely that the workers there, if they've dealt with those people more, are going to treat all people better. I don't know what I'm saying. I was waiting for a table at a restaurant. A bunch of people were up by the hostess station. It was summer, and I was wearing a long flowy dress. Nothing super fancy, but not shorts and a tank. This uptight woman comes up to me and says, "We've been waiting 40 minutes. I just shrugged and said, "Yeah, that happens when they're busy." She just stared at me and stormed back to her husband, started whispering and staring at me. I figured she thought maybe we got in front of them, which we didn't. Nope. She thought I was the hostess. She figured it out when the hostess came back and sat us. Pick of biking gear for context? No, I did look like a courier. Dude! Can't happen. I was in the pre-mobile era, and it would have been a waste of film, so there aren't any pictures. Okay. Just like... It's like, okay, you can ask. But they say no. Don't keep pushing it. That is not. Yay. Yay. In r/I don't work here. Just titled Yay. They're excited to have been. Let's see what's going. It's just yay. Early today, I was shopping at Trader Joe's and stopped by the little area where they give out free samples. I was talking to the employee handing out said samples when a man walked up and asked us where the red peppers were. I laughed and told him I didn't actually work there. He thought I did because of my colorful outfit, Halloween themed pajama pants, and a pink tie dyed shirt. What? Oh, at Trader Joe's. What was my mind thinking? What is that place? Is it Wilco or something? It's like a farm store. And I think that's where my mind, because I don't know. I thought it was one of those. And then I read it back. I'm like, Trader Joe's. I know what Trader Joe's is. But just seeing Trader Joe's, my mind was like, farm store. No, I don't want any. The best viewers are the ones who chat with me. So anything on your source is not going to be people who will chat with me, so they are not the best viewers. You are very misleading. How dare you mislead me? Oh wait, can I my thing is so small, I just want to oh well. I've been banning them, but it doesn't make any sense because it's always a new account. Halloween themed pajama pants and a pink tie-dyed shirt. What do people wear who work at Trader Joe's? I don't know. This actually brightened my day, though, because before this, I once again had to deal with the idiot CNAs at the place of my dad, at the place my dad lives at, who can't seem to update their records on my dad's medications. He was taking 100 mcgs of a pill that was recently switched to 88 mcgs. We don't just refill medication with a lower dosage for the heck of it. Anyways, it was a nice way to end the day. Huh? Yeah. They just excited to be able to post in this. Someone thought I worked at Trader Joe's because I was wearing a colorful outfit. TJ has colorful shirts. I laughed at it and wasn't mad. I've had a crap day because certified nurse assistants keep effing with medications. Couldn't the employee have helped them? Yes. But that's common sense, and we can't have that. So the employee refused to step in and answer the question, and instead left the ball in your park? Nice. No, I was joking. The employee helped them. Synthroid? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I guess that the customer approached like both of them instead of just like focusing at the employee. So, which might not necessarily mean that he was thinking that she was also a worker, but just that he was actually polite enough to not just completely ignore the other customer. But if they're chatting freely, he might also have assumed that it could have been somebody working there who's off for that day if she was chatting so freely with the worker. Farm supply hat. Guess this is technically an I don't work there story. In my effort to appear less scary, I bought a hat from a farm supply store. Then, at Walmart, a lady who looked like Karen kept asking me about something. When I finally listened, she was asking about weed killer. So I looked it up on my phone and we had a nice chat. Pretty sure the hat worked. When I told the actual staff at the farm store, they had a chuckle. My I don't work here experiences have ended well. Ooh, did I just say? I feel like it wasn't long ago that I told this. Maybe it was. No, when was the last time I told this? There was a time at Walmart. Let me set. No. Go into details. Set the scene. No. Um. So a lot of times at Walmart, I get people approaching me, asking where things are. It's all the time. And I don't know why. If people, I do. Am I just have a approachable vibe about me? I do not know. Even it's a different story. Also in Walmart, in the Walmart bathroom, where I was in one of the smaller stalls, and there was a lady. After I came out of the stall, there was a lady there waiting, and then I was go to wash my hands, and then she's like, she didn't go into the stall that I came out from. I thought nothing of it. I just walked away to go wash my hands and do my own thing. And then like she came over to me and I don't remember what it was. She said something about that. I think she'd had like knee surgery or something, and that the handicapped stalls are easier for her to sit in because she doesn't have to bend her knee as much. I don't remember. I don't remember. It was a while ago. But I'm just there like, does she think I'm judging her that she didn't use the stall that I just came out of? Or is she just lonely and wanted to tell somebody? I could not tell. It's like, lady, that's okay. I do not care. I don't know. Okay, but I was going back to this other story because this was not in the bathroom. And I'm so used to people approaching me and thinking that I work at a place. Though I think one time it was a Target and I might have been wearing a red shirt. I don't remember. It just happened so many times. But this time, it was. I think it was just before Christmas time ish. This was. I don't know. 2021? 2022? Maybe? Anyways, I'm living with my parents. I do not have a job. I have no money. I take my parents' credit card when I need to go get like groceries and stuff. Sometimes I'll just tell them, hey, when you go to the store, pick up this. Do I hate myself? A little bit. It's okay. We live with that. So I'm at the grocery store. I'm at Walmart. I'm browsing through the clothes. Um, for the life of me, I don't remember what I was specifically in there for. Might have just been getting some drinks. I don't know if I was back to drinking Coca-Cola then. Hello, I am telling a story. I don't know if I was back to drinking Coca-Cola at that time. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I started drinking Coca-Cola again because I needed a little pick-me-up. I had stopped drinking it for a while, and it's like I needed something to back in my life to bring me a little bit dopamine. I always liked soda since I was a young child. Anyways, so I don't know what I was in Walmart for, but I happened to be looking through the clothing because sometimes I'll do that. I will look if there's any good prices on things that I might actually wear. It also might have been when I had lost weight, so I might have been needing to get clothes that were smaller. But I'm there in the Walmart clothing section, and this woman comes up to me, and she's all like, I don't remember what else she said, but I'm listening to her, and I'm thinking that she's gonna ask me where something is. I'm listening to her, I'm like waiting for it, and instead, it takes me a moment or two to realize she's trying to ask me for money. She's talking about that she needs to get some gifts for her kids and she doesn't have enough money for it. And I'm like, I'm so used to people coming and ask me where something is in Walmart, but to have somebody in Walmart come and ask me if I can give them money so that they can get their kids gifts for Christmas. And I'm like, oh, sorry, I don't have any money. I felt so weird because I'm like looking through the clothes, but I'm like, it's not my money. I had my parents' money in my 30s. But it was just so weird. I'm like, did I look like I had money, or is it just because I was in the clothing, and that comes off as that I'm not buying that just buying something for myself. Well, she needs something for her children, but she was in the women's, clothing section as well. That did not seem like it was something for her children. If you're looking to buy something for your children, why aren't you off in the toy section? I don't know. Sometimes like that, it's all like, do you actually need money for the things for your children, or do you need money because you are spending money that you do have on things that aren't for your children? If you know what I mean. They're not spending their money wisely. And they're hoping that you will help them even that out. Okay. Sorry. I was in the middle of telling that story and I just wanted to get through it because, yeah, you just woke up. What time is it? Where do you live again? I don't remember. I haven't seen you in a moment. I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen you in a moment, so my brain is taking a second to remember who you are. I'm sorry. My brain, it just doesn't brain sometimes. I don't know if I was close to um just reading some I don't work here Reddit stories. And then I had to tell mine. Except it wasn't a I don't work here. It was I thought it was a I don't work here, but it was really a I'm not giving you money for your children, lady. I do not have money story. I could post that in here. Every time I go to any plant nursery, they think I work there. To be fair, I have a horticulture degree and worked at one myself all throughout my college years. And I am still an avid gardener, albeit with less space and money for it currently. But it's getting to the point where I can't even figure out what exactly about my body language is giving off the I work here vibes. I mentioned it to my significant other after a date at the botanical garden, and they said during that whole date I gave off the vibe that I knew about every plant there. But I don't get it. I'm browsing in these plant nurseries just like any normal customer. Usually what I'm wearing looks nothing like the employee's uniform. This has been at more than one plant nursery in more than one part of the country, too. One time, it was 5 people in the course of a single trip. The most recent occurrence, I ended up having the time to kill, and I decided I'd just go ahead and answer this old lady's questions if I knew the answers to them for 10 minutes. Mind you, this is also the same plant nursery that rejected me for a job after an interview about a year ago, which kinda stings because I ended up inadvertently doing their work for them for free. How in the heck did they not hire me for a basic job if even the customers already think I work there? And somehow something about me just screams it. I think mostly a lot of these people thinking you work somewhere you don't. Some of it has to do with body language. It has to do with some of it is like so minute body language that people can pick up subconsciously because maybe that's it. It's just, if you're just very much at home in a place, I I don't. If you're looking around like confused, you know, I think a lot of people browsing might have a confused look, like they don't know where something is, or that they're very narrow, not paying attention to anything else. But if you're like more open, you know your surroundings. I don't know how to explain it, but I definitely understand. I think. But that, yeah, she said that she was. They said that they even have a degree in horticulture. Was that today or was that a different time? No, that was last night. A 14-year-old works at Five Below, apparently. Last night. I don't remember who the name was of the viewer. Um, I mentioned me being in my 30s, and they're like, I thought you were my age. And they said they were 25. And, I said I've always kind of looked young. And I said this one time that I was working grocery store deli, which you have to be 18 to work at because of the slicers and the, yeah, because there's the running blade and you have to sign a safety thing or whatnot. Um, there's a bunch of 19-year-olds and they're all chatting and they're like, discovered that they were all 19 and fellow coworkers. And I'm there as well, somewhat doing my own thing, doing what I'm supposed to be doing while they're just chatting, and also kind of listening in. They kind of turned to me, and the one girl's like, "Are you 19 too?" And I'm like, "No, way off," because I was 28. And so she's all like, "14?" Way off apparently meant younger. She thought I was younger than her. Like, and she thought I was 14 at a place where you have to be 18 to work. Not to mention, being 14, you can't even work anywhere. You have to be 16. How do you go? She seemed like she was not all there. Anyways, let's read this one. A 14-year-old works at Five Below, apparently. But I think this one, they actually are 14. But still the fact that you cannot have a job at 14. Way back when I was 14, I just left school with my mom. For context, I wear a polo with my school emblem for dress code. She dropped me at a Five Below and drove across the street for something while I looked around. Some elderly lady came up and asked me where the small foam footballs are, and I just said probably with the other foam balls. But I would ask the front desk if I were you. She gave me this shocked look, scoffed, and walked away. I was confused, but continued my way. Guess it's supposed to be A. Few minutes pass, and the same lady walks up to me with an employee and starts talking. I was half paying attention until the employee goes, "I'll make sure Mike, not real name, takes care of her paycheck, ma'am." I'm assuming Mike is the manager or some shit. Anyways, I look over to see the lady walking away and the employee grabbing my shoulder. See, I have problems being touched firmly. Always have, mostly from a traumatic experience I won't get into right now. The moment he laid his hands on me, my instincts kicked in, and I, a soccer player, kicked him hard in the groin. When I tell you this man folded like laundry on the floor, yada yada, he called Mike or whatever, and when he came down, this dude was still on the ground and just yelling about me being fired and shit. I said I didn't work there, and no one believed shit until my bodybuilder mom walked over and asked me if I got the headphones she asked me to grab. Yeah, Mike and the other dude went to the back, and my mom never got to hear that story. What I don't get is nobody there. Nobody. They all were confused and thought she worked there. Did she look a lot like an employee that did work there? Or did they just that unaware of who else works there? I've never actually been to a Five Below, so I don't know how big it is. But is the school uh, polo? Do they not wear name tags? This is really crazy. Okay. Love how your instincts kicked in immediately. However, you should have told your mother and had a police report. A store employee touched you. A minor, that's assault. See, I now understand that would have been the right thing, but my 14-year-old self had severe social anxiety till I was 17. I don't know. This is very weird. Very, very weird. Apparently, I write for a newspaper now. Oh, okay. So my college has a newspaper, and most of their distribution is still through physical papers. I don't write for the paper. I've contributed a couple op-eds to the start of the year special editions, but never written anything more serious than, "Hi, let me tell you about my club." I don't think my byline even appears. I think it was credited to the organization I was writing for, and not me. Anyway, I'm highly active on campus. I'm in several clubs, go to student government meetings, have worked with departments to change policies. You get the idea. Unsurprisingly, I regularly interact with people who work at the newspaper. We go to a lot of the same events and talk to a lot of the same people. In particular, I'm good friends with both the editor-in-chief and the assistant editor-in-chief. So one day the papers got delivered around. Now I know they often over-deliver papers. There are usually leftover ones. I'm not quite sure how they determine the number they order, but I do know the EIC and AEIC well enough to know they're environmentally conscious. I have no idea what EIC or AEIC are. I'm guessing it has something to do with college stuff. I went to a community college for 2 years. We did not have a school. Did we have a school paper? I don't know. Um, I went to this mostly went to the smaller campus though. There was a bigger campus, but I went to the smaller one. I'm willing to bet the extras are because you can only order in certain quantities or something like that. Randomly ordering extras isn't like them. I go over, glancing to see what was in this week's paper, if there was anything that interested me. Random student, RS. Wow, there are a lot of papers here. Yeah, RS seems a bit wasteful to me. Maybe, these were just delivered. People haven't had a chance to take them yet. RS, maybe they should order less. I guess. I don't really know. I don't know why they order this many. RS, you should tell EIC's name to order less. You could tell EIC's name. RS, yeah, but I'm not part of the paper. Me, I know they're responsive to students, that shouldn't be a problem. RS, but wouldn't it be easier for you to tell them? Me, why do you think that? RS, you write for the paper? You're part of paper name. Me. No, I'm not. RS, yes you are. I've seen you in EIC's name at student government meetings. Me. Yeah, we're friends and we sit together because we're the only people who regularly go to those without being on the Senate. RS, oh please, I know you're part of paper. Just tell him to be less wasteful. RS walks off. I never ended up telling EIC or anyone else at the paper. I also don't know who that person is. So yeah, that's how I found out. I wrote for a paper I don't work for, and my byline never appears in. So submit this to the paper and see if they'll print it. Then you will have worked for the paper. So silly. Apparently I'm a basketball player. What? I'm a 22-year-old 5'8" pale white man. I'm skinny as all hell, and I got long limbs. I was probably around 15 or 16 when this happened, but I was sitting at a table in an outback with my family composed of my mom, dad, and little sister. While we were waiting for our food, some little old lady walked up to us and said to me, "Old lady, you did great at your basketball game today." Me, thanks. For context, I hate basketball. I suck at it and have never eyed it, played it, besides in gym class. So, or besides in gym class for school, so I have no effing idea what this lady is talking about. Old lady, when's your next game gonna be? Me, I don't know, the coach hasn't let me know yet. Maybe next week. He's just going along with it. Okay. Fake it till you make it. Old lady, well, I'll be there to see you. Good luck, you'll do great. Then she walked away and left the restaurant. My puzzled and highly confused family turned to me, who was equally as puzzled, and said, "Mom, do you know that lady?" Me, no, I don't even play basketball. I love humoring the elderly. That's what that is. Um, Yeah, honestly, she could have had dementia, and you actually did the right thing going along with her story, if that was the case. Or it could be that you have a twin out there. That's what I was thinking when it happened. Usually, in cases like that, I go along with it just in case. I was thinking she either had dementia, or I really did look like someone she knew. I've seen my doppelganger before, so I wouldn't be surprised. I had a similar incident at YSU, where a guy with an oxygen tank who worked for maintenance was talking to me about an email he sent to me on an IT position he recommended for me. He talked to me twice. I have no idea who he was either, so there is someone out there living a life I have no idea about looking just like me. There you have it. I'm not sure that I've ever seen a doppelganger of myself. Even, like, a lot of people might have, like, a celebrity that people say they look like, and I don't think I have one. The only time people have said it is, like, there was a time when I had a certain haircut that was, like, black and the straight bangs, and somebody said that I looked like Katy Perry when she had that similar hairstyle. And that's about it. Sometimes I will take pictures of myself with like funny faces. I don't know. And then I did have an aunt or somebody say that I remind them of, um, if I can remember her name for the life of me, Meryl Streep. She's pretty cool. I don't mind looking like Meryl Streep. I don't work here anymore, so I can say what I think. Don't work here anymore. I don't work here anymore as well. That's fine. Assisted living? I don't care where you sit. Ordered food to go from a nice restaurant. Went to pick it up. Hostess goes to the back to check on my order, and this guy comes in. bustles up to me and huffs, "Okay, I'm meeting someone here and I tell him I'm not the hostess, and he indignantly says, "Well, you're standing there." As he scurries away embarrassed, I call after him, pointing out that I'm standing in front of the podium, not behind it. The actual hostess is returning with my food, and she smiles at me, having heard the exchange. No one clapped, unfortunately. I don't know how I feel about that, because I feel like there are times when they do stand in front of the podium. Do you know what I mean? So, look at him and say, "You're standing here too." Not a security guard. These are getting old, though. I work at the other store? Oh, they actually do work at it. Do they? My story isn't that huge or anything. When I was in high school, I lived in a small town that only had 2 grocery stores, and we had uniforms that were opposite colors. Ours were black and red. Oh, they really were at the other store. Um, that were opposite colors. Ours were black and red, mainly, and our competitor used white and blue. Anyway, before I started working for the store I worked at, my family mainly shopped at my competition, so I knew where stuff was from memory. So after a while, I was trusted with the task of doing price checks. Oh gosh. So, I would go to the competition with my uniform, with a clipboard to check out their prices. So I'm walking up and down the aisles and writing down their prices on my clipboard. It's gonna be very obvious to people that you're not just a customer at that point, though. Oh well, on with it. Um, with and writing down their prices on my clipboard, and I had a few ladies come up to me and ask where an item was, and since either I just walked by it earlier during my checks or had memory from when my family shopped there, so I would smile and walk them over and show them where it was, and just started my checks from that new area. Only one person recognized after I helped her that I worked for the competition, and she laughed and asked why I helped her when I didn't work there. Being a loyal worker, I just said with a smile that our store is so great at service, we even help out our competition. Yeah. She laughed and walked away. I think I helped out 3 or 4 people find items, and as I walked out, I could hear the cashier saying, "He doesn't work here, but at the other store." Afterwards, I seen the older lady at my store and said I was telling the truth, and she started shopping more at my store because we did have better service, even though we had less selection. This makes me smile from all the "I don't work here" stories. I recommend you read the "I Made an Older Customer Cry" in a good or bad way. I'm guessing a good way. I made an older customer cry. A while back, I was working at a mobile shop, and this older guy came in and says to me, "I know I'm not your customer, but I was wondering if you could help me with my iPhone." The guys that sold it to me said they don't do the setup. Another store wouldn't help me because I didn't buy it from them, and I just noticed your store as I was leaving. Is there a way to get my photos back? I had iCloud backed up, turned on, but when I signed in, none of my photos are here. I asked to see his phone and look at iCloud settings and see it is signed in and all the toggles are turned on. Then I checked the photo settings and noticed the photo stream option was turned off. So switched it on and seen that over 300 photos started to sync to his new iPhone.
Then I handed him back his phone and said, I think I solved your problem. He looked at me in shock that it only took less than a minute, and he looks at his photo and he started to cry. He then proceeded to tell me oh no, oh wait, okay, that he lost his old iPhone and he thought he lost his photos of his son and grands. Oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah. He lost his photos of his son and grandson who just weeks before died in a crash. I'd seen The Lost, so I thought it was gonna be that he'd lost his family, and then it said, "Oh, iPhone," and so I was like, "Oh wait, okay," but then, nope, he'd lose family. That's so. I don't cry easily, I swear. You tell me you didn't cry from that. It's just so sad to think about if you lose someone and you lose all the photos and memories of them. I'm not actually a sentimental person, so I never looked back through photos. But then again, I've never lost someone close to me, so I don't know. I also struggle to be close to people, but so sad. But yeah, I mean, it's like other people are like, oh, we can't help you. It's just like, did that pop up on the right screen? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. If I had, I wouldn't have been able to see it on here. Would I have? No. Yeah. No. No. Yeah. It does pop up over there. I thought it would be under because I have it projected onto the screen, even though it's on that one. A wholesome story on Reddit. The audacity. I like wholesome stories. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Why? Oh my gosh, it's 1:30. It's been 4 hours. I need to call it a night. Yeah. Alright. As always, thanks for watching. Take care of yourselves, and do I have to? Do I have to? Yes, you have to. Okay, I will try to do the same. Don't hurt me.